Testing.
I love Tesla.
Chloe. Hey, Neely. So long I've been taking a break. I don't blame you. Howdy ho, Mac. But welcome back. Watched this 3 times, but I'm so excited to watch with you. Oh no, Neely. I've done my best to not watch most of it. I've seen like 3 or 4 clips, I think. I'd like to give my genuine reaction. Come in, everybody. Welcome. We're gonna get started shortly. Hey, Jada. It's been a while. There's a lot. Wait, we have YouTube and people on YouTube and people on TikTok that I haven't seen in so long. Like Twitch. Oh, Dan, my guide to idiocracy. What a shit show that hearing was. Yeah, I mean, from the what's it called, from the clips that I've seen, I already know this is going to be a train wreck. Gift is the blowing out my.
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
I've been finishing up my capstone. How you feeling, Dan? I'm okay at the moment. Basically, I how I feel is in waves of 4 hours. Okay, shortly after I take my Dayquil. Live is not sponsored by Dayquil, but it should be. I am going to glaze the fuck out of Dayquil for. Shortly after I take my Dayquil, I'm feeling okay, and then over the course of the 4 hours that I'm not allowed to take any more Dayquil, deteriorate. But I just took it right before starting live, so hopefully we should be good. I am gonna try not to scream. Alka-Seltzer Gold is greater than Dayquil. I've never tried it. Let me write that down because I'm gonna run out of Dayquil shortly. Alka Gold. Thank you, everybody. I loaned up to it. It was my fault. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything. Tablets. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can't hurt to try, right? All right, y'all. We're gonna get started very, very shortly. The live format is gonna be widescreen on YouTube and Twitch. So if hold on, I'm supposed to say on the red app and the purple app. So if you want to watch there, totally cool. The that is the same thing. Hold on. Malek politics. Okay. All right. You get sick of this? Yeah. Widescreens. I think we're ready to go. Thank you everybody for the heart me's. I am gonna put a on for talk, so talk with us. Okay, so this is my first time seeing this. I have seen like probably like 3 or 4 clips. I saw the clip where she said Jamie Raskin wasn't a real lawyer. I saw the clip where I just recently saw the clip where she brought up the Dow for some reason. I saw the clip where she said that the dude that wanted to kill police officers was pardoned by Trump, so it's cool that he works in the Justice Department. Probably won't more in there, but other than that, this is my first time watching, so how it goes. Now, I know how these hearings go, right? You have the Democrats ask questions about important things, and then the Republicans that glaze the administration. Goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So you might see me get up, change the laundry during the Republicans glaze fest. You might see me packing some orders for my day job during the Republicans glaze fest.
And we welcome everyone to today's hearing on oversight of the Department of Justice.
Okay, now I'm gonna zoom it just 10%. Okay, just 10%. So 1.1x. I have the closed captioning on. Tell me what y'all feel about the volume. Like I should be a little bit louder in the video.
Mr. Tiffany, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
How does it sound?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
I'm not gonna lie. All right, I went through my whole childhood doing this, and I kind of blocked it out of my memory. It's weird, right? Doing the Pledge of Allegiance every morning is weird, right? Like, do they do this in other countries? Like not North Korea, obviously, but like regular countries? Like a Pledge of Allegiance? Do they? And also, follow-up question: do they still do it in the U.S.? Because like I grew up in New Jersey, which is a blue state, so like obviously I can see like red districts doing it. They think we're weird for doing it. Yes, they do. They do it at my board meeting. Every day in my school. Thank God I didn't vote. Bro, God's mad at you, Josh. You could have prevented all this by voting. Weird flex. All right, here we go. Sorry.
Statements. The chairs now recognize 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions, accounting for 31% of the population in this country. 31% of the American people, almost 1/3 of the American people, live in a city, county, or state where the left-wing leadership tells local law enforcement not to work with federal law enforcement. Now, what does that mean in practice? Let's look at Abraham Gonzalez, who on September 20th, 2023, was arrested by Border Patrol for illegally entering the United States. And of course, the Biden administration released him into the country. 5 months later, February 26, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with assault. 2 weeks later, March 11, 2024, he's charged with felony motor vehicle theft, stole a car. And on March 20th, 2024, 9 days later, he's arrested by the Denver police and placed in the Denver Justice Center.
You know, people that participated in January 6th and were pardoned by President Trump have a higher reoffending rate of crime than undocumented immigrants. And it's like, it's not even close. So just putting that out there.
6 days later, March 22nd, 2024, ICE sends a detainer notice to the Denver Justice Center saying this: if you're going to release Mr. Gonzalez, can you give us a heads up? Can you let us know maybe 48 hours before you're going to release this guy so we can come apprehend him there at the jail? And remember, a detainer is a final order of removal from a court where this individual or this individual's committed some removable offense. But on February 28th, 2025, Abraham Gonzalez is released to the streets. In fact, we can put that up. I think you can see this. Released, we got the form from the Denver Justice Center. What kind of inmate was Mr. Gonzalez for those 345 days that he was in the Denver Justice Center? We have that too. Violent to the staff, keep separate. So this guy was so bad, you had to keep him away from other inmates. He'd already assaulted some staff member, but Denver released this guy to the streets and instead of turning him over to ICE agents who would have come to the jail and arrested him there. And of course, we all know what happens. When the officers did apprehend Mr. Gonzalez out on the street, he assaulted one of the officers. This is what happens when you have a sanctuary jurisdiction. Right now in Minnesota, there are 1,360 detainer notices for violent offenders. Governor Walz and others have released 470 criminal illegal aliens back to the streets. In New York State, it's 7,000.
So, really quick, at least 33 January 6th insurrectionists pardoned by President Trump have been rearrested, charged, or sentenced for crimes since January 6th, 2021. So, just a reminder of why they are so keen on undocumented immigrants that might commit crimes, but don't actually care about their own that are committing crimes.
Nationwide, it's over 17,000 that we know of, where a detainer was filed. Since President Trump's been in office, over 17,000 times a detainer was filed, and those individuals were released to the streets instead of turned over to federal law enforcement. To
speak really quick to somebody said that the two wrongs don't make a right. So here's the situation with sanctuary cities. For those that don't know, the whole point of local law enforcement not working with ICE or CBP is that when you live in a city that isn't a sanctuary city, right, and you have the police reporting somebody that's here illegally to ICE or CBP, what that does is it causes something called a chilling effect. It makes it so that documented immigrants won't report crimes because they don't want to be deported. And that leads to criminals or rapists or whoever the boogeyman that you guys are always afraid of taking advantage of that. And so when you have sanctuary cities, it makes it safe for an undocumented immigrant to report crime. Now, if we're talking about when somebody is released from prison, like what Jim Jordan is saying, if they were convicted of a violent crime, they are deported. So what he's talking about is actually just released from jail.
$17,864 times. Illegals who've been charged with the crime have been released to the streets and thereby jeopardize.
Charged with a crime. Keep that in mind. We'll never hear them say the word convicted. We'll hear them say charged with a crime. That is their big like shield for all of these arguments. All of these people that are charged with a crime. And we know how easy it is to get charged with a crime, right? So once we actually look at the conviction rates for the deportations so far in since Trump's second term has started, less than 5% have been convicted.
The safety of the public, the safety of law enforcement, and of course the migrant themselves. And frankly, helping create the environment that results in the tragic deaths like we saw with Miss Good and Mr. Preddy. A few years ago, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said this in response to the State of the Union address. She said, "The divide in America today is normal versus crazy." And it's true, because it's crazy not to have a border, which is what we had under the previous administration. It's crazy to abolish ICE.
Remember, if you're ever talking to your relatives or your family members and you want the smoke, just ask them, how did Joe Biden open the border? Ask them, what did Donald Trump do differently than Joe Biden in regards to the border? Because it is a question that MAGA simply cannot answer. They're genuinely under the impression that Joe Biden opened. There's a big gate right at the border. The border is, I don't know, like 50 feet long. Big gate, and Joe Biden just opened it, and he said, "Everybody come in." And then Trump came in and just closed it. That's literally what they think. The reality is the border's never been open. So just ask them. And what you'll usually hear, this is what you'll usually hear. you will usually hear them say, "Are you trying to tell me that the border wasn't open?" Or "What do you mean? We saw it." Or they're so deep in their echo chamber they can't even process that somebody might ask, "Well, what do you mean by an open border?" It's so beyond what they would expect for a question. So you will have to recenter them because they're gonna try to pivot. They're gonna well, he let all the immigrants in. Okay, how? Just keep asking how. What did he do differently? It will short circuit their brain. They might say, "Oh, when Biden came into office, he repealed like 80 executive orders or whatever." I will let you guys know there was only one singular executive order that actually affected the number of undocumented immigrants or hell asylum seekers. They count them all the same thing, just brown people from other countries, right? That actually affected the number, which was Remain in Mexico executive order. The repeal of Remain in Mexico affected about 70,000. So 70,000. Remember, their number is like 11 million, 20 million. They change it every day, right? So other than Remain in Mexico, just ask them. And they might not even know Remain in Mexico, but they'll be like, look at all the executive orders. Just ask them for a specific one. They don't know. They don't have it. They don't have it because the reality is the border was never open. The only difference between the Biden administration and the Trump administration in regards to the flow of either asylum seekers or undocumented immigrants or whoever it might be into the country was the timeline. It was the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic led to a huge spike in border encounters at the end of Trump's term, right? We had Title 42, which allowed for immediate expulsion because of a public health crisis. So that brought the encounters down. It brought the crossings down. And then when Title 42 expired, it went back up. Trump has done nothing differently than Joe Biden. Now, encounters could be going down because people from other countries don't want to come to the shithole anymore, right? That's very possible. Like imagine the punishment for crossing the border illegally is death by hanging, right? Fewer people would come. Now conservatives would be like, yeah, they're literally pre-coming right now, thinking about this, okay? But like it's not surprising that fewer people would try to get into the United States if all their prices are going up because of tariffs, right? Their job market is getting worse, and if you get caught, you get sent to a concentration camp in El Salvador. Like that's, of course. You know what else is down besides encounters? Tourism. Tourism is down because nobody wants to fucking visit this place. Anyway.
And it's crazy to release bad guys who are here illegally to the streets when with one phone call, federal law enforcement will come to the jail and pick them up. The mindset that says it's okay to release these guys is the same left-wing mindset that thinks it's okay to weaponize government against your political opponents.
Another reminder, Donald Trump is the only president in history who directly asked his attorney general to prosecute certain people, and the attorney general followed through. Literally posted it on Truth Social, demanding that Pam Bondi prosecute James Comey, Letitia James, and they both were prosecuted. The only weaponization of government is from the Trump administration. Now they'll say, well, Biden came after. I'm sorry. Okay, so just so we're clear, was Biden incompetent? Did he not know where he was, or did he? Was he malicious and brought fake charges by talking Trump into stealing classified documents and then talking Trump into not returning them for a full year that NARA was asking for them back? Or did he talk Trump into calling the Georgia Secretary of State and trying to find 11,780 votes? Did he mastermind all of this just so he can weaponize the Justice Department? Of course not. But let's say you don't even believe any of that. You're fine with stealing an election because it's your guy, right? You don't care. You don't think they're crimes. That's fine. So was Biden malicious? Was he cognizant of these lawsuits, these prosecutions? Because the reality is, the left is mad at Merrick Garland for taking so long to appoint Jack Smith. The left literally is upset with Merrick Garland. That's how different the realities are. They're like, "Oh, dare Biden come after Trump?" And we're all like, "He should have appointed someone that would have went after Trump sooner." That's how separated the parties are. We're like, "Hey, that guy tried to overthrow an election and end democracy," and you guys are like, "Yeah, but he's our fucking guy. We love him. We love him." You're not allowed to ever prosecute a crime if the person is president, unless, of course, he's a Democrat. Like, that's just what it is. That's what they don't. If Donald Trump committed a crime and he's prosecuted, that's weaponization of the government, right? No matter what, Donald Trump could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue. How dare you weaponize the government? Let him do whatever he wants. We already see that they're okay with that, obviously, because he just admits it. He said, "Oh, I walked into Miss Teen USA pageants, looked at half-naked teenagers, and it's fine." MAGA hears that, and they're like, "Well, yeah, but like, it was okay back then, and matter of fact, it's okay now." And you know what? I mean, that's not pedophilia. Pedophilia is under 13. Like, oh my God, they're awful. I'm sorry. I'm crashing out. We're 2 minutes in. MAGA. I swear to God, holy shit, get it together. Okay.
And that is exactly what we had in the previous Justice Department. The Biden-Harris Department of Justice called parents domestic terrorists. The Biden-Harris Justice Department used FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates. The Biden-Harris DOJ targeted traditional Catholics. The Biden-Harris DOJ pressured social media companies to censor Americans. And the Biden-Harris Justice Department launched not one, but 2 investigations into President Trump, spending over $35 million.
Okay. You know what? We're going to go through all these. I'm sorry. By the way, just Google Jim Jordan. The fact that this guy's still in... Republicans literally have no standards. Like, this guy covered up a sexual assault. Literally covered up a sexual assault. And he's just in a position of power. What the actual fuck? Okay. So. Called parents domestic terrorists. Does anyone know what he's talking about? Is this the Moms for Liberty? What is this? Biden parents domestic terrorists. Okay. On September 29th, 2021, the NSBA, National School Board Association, okay. National School Board Association sent a letter to President Biden, which in part categorized some protests by parents at school board meetings as acts that could be equivalent to a form of terrorism. October 4th, 2021, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a memorandum directing the FBI and U.S. attorneys to work with local law enforcement to address a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. Critics, including many Republican lawmakers and state attorneys general, accused the Biden administration of using this memo to target parents and treat them as domestic terrorists for opposing... Thank you, see me now. For opposing policies like mask mandates or critical race theory. Fact check and clarification. Attorney General Garland has not used the term domestic terrorist to describe parents in his own words, and he has testified that the DOJ is only concerned with violence and threats of violence, not passionate, peaceful protests. The aftermath. The NSBA later apologized for the letter, stating there was no justification for use of that language. Okay, so, just off rip, the first one.
The Biden-Harris Department of Justice called parents domestic terrorists.
Okay, so this is a lie, right? The School Board Association is not the Biden-Harris Justice Department. That's lie number one. Number two, even if they were somehow, they apologized. They shouldn't have, by the way. They shouldn't have. If you're threatening teachers' jobs and teachers' lives because of critical race theory, you are a terrorist. Eat shit, okay? So this is just a lie, and he knows it's a lie, is the problem. What did this take us? 5 seconds? 5-second Google search? He knows it's a lie. You know, I've talked about my dad before, and he's like, and how he's like the quintessential swing voter. Like, literally, he changes his opinion in the wind. But one thing that he's been consistent on is that he said there should be a law where the moment a politician lies, they're removed from office. And obviously, I don't know how that would be implemented, right? I don't know how that would be implemented, but I feel like they should there should be a quota, right? All right, you get 10 lies, but then you're out. The problem, of course, is that now who determines what's a lie when Republicans just create their own reality? Literally, like Donald Trump won the 2020 election is a lie. But if they could just create their own reality, right, like Thanos, then there's nothing we could do. Like we're in a post-truth society. Either way, this is like a bold-faced lie, and he knows it. So, all right, so that was number one. We're gonna go through all of them.
The Biden Harris Justice Department used FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates.
FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates. Biden, SWAT, FBI, SWAT, pro-life. Let's just see. Okay. In September 2022, thank you, Erica. In September 2022, the FBI arrested Pennsylvania pro-life activist Mark Hook at his home, an action that sparked significant controversy, congressional inquiries, and accusations of the Biden Justice Department weaponizing federal law against political opponents. Incident. Hook was involved in a shoving altercation with a Planned Parenthood escort outside a Philadelphia clinic. Hook's lawyer stated occurred after the escort harassed Hook's 11-year-old son. Local authorities did not initially charge Hook. On September 23rd, 2022, approximately 15 to 20 federal agents, including FBI agents, arrived at Hook's home with rifles to arrest him on charges of violating the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances, the FACE Act. His wife reported that 5 to 6 agents pointed guns at him. The FBI Philadelphia office disputed accounts of a SWAT team raid, stating agents knocked, identified themselves, and asked Hook to surrender. Federal jury acquitted Hook of all charges. Following the acquittal, Hook sued the DOJ for malicious and retaliatory prosecution, claiming the raid was designed to intimidate his family. I imagine this has not been settled yet.
You talk about extreme.
Justice.gov takes a long time to load now because Epstein files. Oh, this is 60. So, like, what's the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances FACE Act, passed in 1994, is a federal law prohibiting the use of force, threats, or physical obstruction to injure, intimidate, or interfere with anyone obtaining or providing reproductive service. Just so we're clear, Biden Justice Department used FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates. Aside from the fact that the FBI literally, aside from the fact that Christopher Wray, the FBI director that Trump nominated, said that SWAT teams were not used, that's a mischaracterization, and Jim Jordan knows that. This statement is like irrelevant, right? Like, you could be a pro-life advocate and also a serial killer. I don't understand. And in this case, he violated the FACE Act. What do you want? I forgot. You guys don't. The laws don't apply to conservatives. My bad. Okay, so that's 2.
The Biden-Harris DOJ targeted traditional Catholics. The Biden-Harris DOJ
targeted traditional Catholics. Okay, let's dig deep into this one. Thank you, whoever sent those roses. Thank you for the little crown, Whitney. Sorry, guys, I'm like locked in at the moment, so I'm missing some of the gifts. Biden is Catholic. Well, it's a with Republicans, it's no true Scotsman, right? Biden's Catholic, but he supports women murdering babies, right? That's how they would frame it. So he's not Catholic. So targeted traditional Catholics. Let's see. Biden target traditional Catholics. Okay, so this is from the House Judiciary Committee by Republicans. All right, so we're reading this with a grain of salt because it's from Republicans. For the Biden-Wray FBI, I love how they say Biden-Wray as if Trump didn't appoint Christopher Wray, and as if Christopher Wray wasn't a lifelong Republican. Remember, if you're a Republican but you don't insert your entire head into Donald Trump's rectum, you are a rhino. Matter of fact, you're radical left, and you should be expelled from the party. Okay. Report reveals that contrary to testimony of FBI Director Christopher Wray, the 2023 Richmond memorandum that derisively labeled traditional Catholics as racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists was not an isolated incident. The new leadership of Director Kash Patel. This is in 2025. The FBI cooperated considerably with the committee's subpoena and has produced 1,300 pages. Okay, so this is written by Jim Jordan himself. Okay. We live in a world where MTG isn't extreme enough for them. No, literally. Literally, MTG is like, she's like the Jewish space lasers conspiracy theory lady. She's like, hey, could we maybe just like not protect child molesters? And that was too much for them. They were like, okay, but some of the child molesters are on our side. What are you doing, MTG? Matter of fact, you're a radical liberal. Like, this is where we're at. Okay. Memorandum dated January 23rd, 2023, and originating from FBI's Richmond office used a manufactured narrative to insert federal law enforcement agents into places of worship. Memorandum revealed that the FBI utilized at least one undercover agent who sought to use local religious organizations as new avenues for tripwire and source development, and that the FBI had already begun to interview members of the Catholic Church. Okay, we have to find the memorandum. Radical traditionalist Catholic. FBI Richmond Catholic Memorandum. Should we just gloss over these and just recognize the first two were lies, so just keep going, or are you guys cool with this deep dive? Because we're gonna be live for a long time if we fact check everything a Republican says. Okay. Interest of racially or ethnically motivated violent extreme radical traditionalist Catholic ideology almost certainly presents new mitigation opportunities. FBI Richmond assesses the increasingly observed interest of racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists in radical traditionalist Catholic ideology almost certainly presents. Okay, FBI Richmond makes the assessment with high confidence based on FBI investigations, local law enforcement agency reporting, and liaison reporting. Making this assessment, the FBI relied on what is the like what did they observe is what I'm trying to find here. I guess it's only 11 pages. We could read all of it. Mitigation based on from the FBI, jail cells, blank, local law enforcement. What did they find, bro? Okay. Okay. So for approximately 7 months and was participating in catechism classes as part of the process to become baptized. Prior to attending blank, stated he wanted to find a church that was anti-Zionist and anti-progressive because that's where God lives. In blank, extensive anti-Semitic, anti-LGBTQ, and racist postings on social media platform blank claimed a blank was a radical, traditional, Catholic, clerical fascist. At the time of blank arrest, 8 Molotov cocktails, 6 smoke bombs, 1 smoke grenade, and firearms and components consisted of a complete Glock 19 slide/upper receiver, a lower parts kit, a 3D printed Glock 19 frame, a magazine, and 9mm ammunition were found in his possession. Okay, so they found a potential terrorist, right? From the FBI Portland liaison contact. Deceased RMVE, which is something. I missed. I can't remember the letters. I think it was radically motivated something, or racially motivated. Subject Robert Reynolds had previously posted online that he first sought out mainline Roman Catholic community that practiced the Novus Ordo liturgy, and then gravitated to SSPX. Comment posted to an online discussion group. Reynolds noted, I've been trying to be Catholic for 2 years. I went to Novus Ordo Church at first, then became radicalized by the internet after they told me to go away because of fake virus. Okay. FBI Los Angeles originally initiated an investigation of blank based on allegations that blank was a neo-Nazi with racist and sexist views known to verbally harass and physically. Is this about like Nick Fuentes? Because Fuentes Fuentes calls himself Catholic, like a traditional Catholic. So like this could be about the rise of groypers. Okay, so I mean I don't even. Is the argument that if you are radicalizing people but it's in church you shouldn't be able to investigate? What's the argument coming from Jim Jordan here? Like this person was a terrorist or an extremist at the very minimum because they hadn't committed their act of terror yet. What is even a groyper? A groyper is a term to describe like followers of Nick Fuentes. Basically like neo-Nazi America first, quote unquote. Usually young incel type.
DOJ pressured social media companies to censor Americans, and the Biden
the Biden-Harris DOJ pressured social media companies to censor Americans. As a reminder, so did the Trump administration. The idea that the pressure was different from because the Twitter files, people just didn't read the Twitter files. Twitter granted a request from both the Trump White House and the Biden campaign to remove content in 2020. Like, it's literally both administrations did it, and in fact, the Trump administration did it first because the Biden campaign wasn't even in power. So this is like a whole meme, and also like they literally would prefer. So the social media companies were asked to not like. What they're referring to, for those that don't know, what they're referring to is there was a 24-hour period, okay, where the FBI approached social media companies and said, hey, this Hunter Biden laptop thing has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, okay? There was a 24-hour period where conservatives couldn't see Hunter Biden's cock. And once the FBI determined, oh, actually, this isn't from Russia, the laptop is real, then social media was able to post it or allow it to be posted, right? So conservatives have been crashing out about this for 4 years because for a day they couldn't see Hunter Biden's schlong. And this is unironically, the only other thing that they could be referring to is COVID misinformation. But that was more before Biden had gotten to office. It was the Biden campaign and the Trump administration. So anyway.
Biden-Harris Justice Department launched not one, but 2 investigations into President Trump, spending over $35 million to try to bring down their political opponent.
No. Actually, to try to bring down a criminal. The 2 investigations that they're referring to are like, this is like the worst of everything you just said. So one of the investigations was the former president took with him classified documents. Right? NARA, the records archive, what does the NARA stand for? National Archives and Records Administration. Okay, so NARA requested for over a year to get those records back, and Trump declined. Trump refused, and he starts he has his staff start moving them, hiding them in his auditorium, in his bathroom, right? And conservatives are going to say, well, what about Biden? What about Pence? What about all the other politicians? The difference here is it's not a crime to unknowingly take classified documents. Now, I'm not a president. I'm not a vice president. I'm not a senator. I don't get how you could end up taking classified documents at all. But maybe like if you're working from home and you're and you have documents and then you bring them back, or I don't know how that works. Okay, so I can't speak to that. But the crime is when you knowingly do it. So the moment that Pence realized that they had classified documents, they called NARA. NARA came in, took the documents, and everything was good. No crime is committed there because they didn't knowingly do it. Now, Trump could have done the same thing. When NARA requested the documents from him, so they approached him, first of all, but they even gave him the benefit of the doubt. They're like, listen, just give them back. No harm, no foul. And Trump was like, no, actually, I'm just going to keep these. And for a year, right, he's moving them, he's hiding them, he's refusing to return them. So the FBI comes to take them. Oh my God, they're targeting political opponents. What the fuck what else do you want the government to do? Just allow him to, like, he literally admitted it on tape. I don't know if you all have heard it. He said, everybody look at this. This is classified. Okay, I could have declassified it when I was president, but now I can't. So he admitted it. He admitted that they're classified. So is the argument, I just want them to say it with their full chest. Are you not allowed to prosecute a politician if they're on the other side of the aisle, regardless of what they do? Like, if Donald Trump killed someone on Fifth Avenue, would prosecuting him be going after your political opponents? I want them to say that with their chest, because that's what they mean. That's genuinely what they mean. That you do not go after our guy. He's really good for us electorally. He gets the things that we really want, which is tax cuts for billionaires and drumming up a bunch of hatred that we're able to run on. Okay, we can only run on hatred because we can't run on policy. If we ran on policy, we'd only get 1% of the vote. Okay, we have to run on the fear mongering, and Trump's really good at that. So you cannot go after him. You are not allowed. Right? That's what they want to say. But what they try to say is they try to brush away the charges. They're saying, oh, they're drummed up charges. They're fake. Biden and Pence took classified documents, even though they ignore the difference. Biden and Pence gave them back. Trump didn't for a full year. And for the other federal case, it's Trump tried to end democracy in this country. He said, I just want you to find 11,780 votes. And everyone, including his own attorney general, who's a lifelong Republican and Trump supporter for 10 full years, said, you didn't win the election. These claims, I'll go through all of them for you. These claims are all bullshit, and this is why. And he goes through them. Doesn't matter. He goes to the Secretary of State of Georgia and says, I want you to find 11,780 votes, right? Secretary of State of Georgia says, the problem is there's no more votes to find. We counted, we recounted, we did audits, it's over. And he said, guys, listen, I just want you to find them, okay? In a world where we're not in like a Trump cult, this is a not only a career ending, but a jailable offense. This is, bro tried to steal an election openly. But do you guys see this? Wait, do you guys see this? I hope you just came in, because I pointed out what the difference is. It's not a crime for president to take classified documents. You're right, unless they knowingly take them and knowingly refuse to return them. Yes, that's right. But when Pence and Biden return them, that's not a crime. When Trump said, fuck off, I'm keeping them. I know they're classified. I know it's illegal. I don't care. I'm going to move them. In fact, I'm going to have people that aren't allowed to look at them, move them, and come after me, because what I'm going to do, oh my God, my supporters are such victims. I'm going to keep them. I'm going to keep them until you're forced to come get them yourself. And then I'm going to claim to be the victim. And they love being victims. Oh man, they love it. I'm going to be like, oh, the FBI is targeting me. And then they're going to be like, yes, Trump, yes, please. Win the election, yes. And democracy, make it so that my vote never counts, and also raise our prices, that the billionaires pay less in tax. My kids will never be able to afford anything because of national debt. Yes, Trump, yes. That's what they want. Oh my God, they love being a victim. And they love when Trump's a victim. Holy shit. Like, what are you supposed to do? If he's going to break the law indefinitely, right? The FBI is not allowed to, oh, well, they'll think we're being partisan. He just has carte blanche. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. It's so crazy. Okay, yeah, he murdered that guy on Fifth Avenue, but an Obama-appointed judge? Excuse me.
To further this effort, they sought the phone records of over a dozen Republican members of Congress. Even the Democrats said this was wrong. They got bank records for scores of White House officials. They even paid at least one confidential human source $20,000 for information on President Trump.
One confidential human source? Did he just admit that the Republicans are lizard people? What does he mean by a confidential human source?
Even the Democrats said this was wrong. They got bank records for scores of White House officials. They even paid at least one confidential human source $20,000 for information on President Trump. And of course, while doing all this, they couldn't tell us who planted the pipe bombs, who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and who put cocaine in the White House. But thank goodness the American people saw through it all. Americans were tired of being targeted for their beliefs, tired of the lawfare, tired of the rampant crime throughout this country, and that's why they overwhelmingly elected President Trump. And what a difference a year makes. What a difference a year makes. Under Attorney General Bondi, the DOJ has returned to its core missions, upholding the rule of law, going after the bad guys, and keeping Americans safe. The Trump Justice Department has restored the rule of law. Murders are down nationwide by 20%. In D.C., violent crime is down by 28%. The federal surge in D.C. resulted in 8,000 arrests, the seizure of 800 illegal guns, and the recovery of 16 missing kids. Trump just...
Hold on. Gotta fact check that. Washington, the art arrests. Their activation on August 11th. Task Force Digital Media National Guard members partnered with local authorities across the city, responding to life-threatening emergencies, protect and save citizens by securing scenes, assisting first responders, and delivering immediate and aid during multiple. Wait a second. They worked with law enforcement. Yes, they assist Metro PD. Like, how is that? Framing it like they're the ones doing the arrests when it's just the police department doing what they're normally doing. And these people tagging along. They served a purely observatory and optics role. Bro.
The Department apprehended a suspect in the pipe bomb investigation, and they've arrested 6 of the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives in just 1 year. Of course, they arrested narco-terrorists.
Oh. Guy up and arrested. Since 1950, more than 60% of these fugitives are typically apprehended within the first year of being added to the list. Cool. So we're just framing business as usual as an accomplishment.
Nicolas Maduro, and they seize a record number of drugs flowing into this country.
I want to remind everybody, in Trump's first term, we're not going to get into the boats and everything, okay? Just I want to remind everybody, in Trump's first term, he invited Juan Guaido, I don't remember how to pronounce his name, I apologize, Juan Guaido, to the State of the Union. Okay, he was the rightful winner of the Venezuelan election. And in just 5 short years, okay, after they removed Gallego. Is it Gallego? No. Gallego's the senator. No. Why though? Yeah, there's a D in there. Either way, in just 5 short years, right? After they, no, you're good, Malik. After they took Maduro, rather than putting the rightful winner of the election in place, or at least that party, they just had Maduro's vice president take over. So whenever Republicans want to talk about how this was like the moral thing, right? Oh, Maduro was this vicious dictator. And yes, he was. That's not why they did it, right? Because if that was why they did it, they would have put in the opposition party in power, the party that rightfully won the election. There was a reason that pretty much every country on earth didn't recognize Maduro as the rightful president. And so, like, they want to hide behind the shield of, oh, well, we had a bounty on his head. He was a bad person. And those things are true. But that's not why you did it. Because if that was why you did it, you wouldn't have had his vice president take over. and now make deals with you for oil extraction. Let's be so fucking for real, bro.
Trump Justice Department put an end to targeting Americans for their beliefs. Attorney General Bondi rescinded Attorney General Garland's anti-parent memorandum. Department of Justice ended the
Anti-parent memorandum. So fortunately, we looked into this. What he's talking about in regards to anti-parent memorandum was basically him saying that there's an increase number of threats from parents, like violent threats from parents against teachers and school faculty. And he was letting the Justice Department know that. That's what a memorandum's for. It's not a law, right? So like, hey, let's pay a little bit more attention, be careful for our teachers and our school faculty. And Pam Bondi and Trump said, no. If you're a parent and you don't like black people, you should be able to threaten teachers that want to teach critical race theory. Like, it's actually so insane that this is the flex. Like, she rescinded a memo. Okay, bro.
practices of using the FACE Act to target pro-life Americans. They've refused to tolerate it.
Use the FACE Act to target Americans that are preventing other Americans from seeking reproductive health care. That's what the FACE Act does. I get that you don't think women deserve the right to make their own healthcare decisions, but the law thinks so, right? The law thinks so. So yes, using a law to target criminals that are violating that law is normal in a tough on crime administration, not like this one.
Attacks on places of worship and investigations of traditional Catholics that we saw in the previous administration. On her first day, Attorney General Bondi disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force that was pressuring social media companies to censor Americans.
Foreign Influence Task Force. You remember the days when Russian bot farms didn't influence our elections? Well, those days are gone, folks. Because why would we want to prevent foreign countries from influencing our elections?
And the Trump Justice Department has ended lawfare. Under Attorney General Bondi, along with Director Patel.
Trump Justice Department has ended lawfare. Donald Trump literally tweeted or truth socialed at Pam Bondi, I want you to prosecute James Comey and Letitia James. And within a week, they're prosecuted. This is like the most blatant lawfare possible. The most blatant. You would never be able to find that in any administration. The most corrupt administration's history. You'd never be able to find that. And this is something you're using as a flex. They ended lawfare. Bro, end of my life. Put me out of my misery.
They've worked to expose the political nature of Arctic Frost and the Jack Smith investigations. They've turned over hundreds of pages of documents to Congress, and that's why we know, for example, that Mr. Smith paid at least $20,000 to some confidential human source. That's why we know that Jack Smith knew it was unconstitutional to seek toll records from members. But since the litigation risk was low, and because members would never find out about the subpoena until years later, they charged ahead and violated the Constitution. The Trump Justice Department has changed DOJ policy to require prosecutors to tell judges if NDOs relate to members of the separate and equal branch of government, the Congress. And to top it all,
make sure that they can't investigate us. That's essentially what that's saying. Like, Jim Jordan is a member of Congress, and he's bragging about how the Trump Justice Department made it so that they're not able to investigate members of Congress.
the Trump Justice Department opened an investigation into the conspiracy behind the Russia collusion hoax. The Justice Department has put common sense ahead of politics. They sued to keep boys out of girls' sports. They secured deals with universities to stop race-based admissions and anti-Semitic practices. Then after discovering rampant fraud in Minnesota, the Justice Department, under the leadership of Attorney General Bondi, has established a new National Fraud Division. In fact,
remember, the fraud in Minnesota was prosecuted in 2022 and 2023. No new fraud was found. All they found was a YouTuber who has like one fifth of the IQ of Charlie Kirk, and for some reason is able to get the vice president calling for a Pulitzer Prize. That's literally what they found. They're like, oh, this YouTube video is kind of cool. Let's just demonize Somalis now. We're off the Haitians, okay? They don't believe the cats and dogs thing anymore. Let's just do the Somalis now.
Colin McDonald, who will head that division last week. I think he's going to do a great job. There's a lot of work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
U.S. Representative Jim Jordan has faced long-standing allegations from former Ohio State University wrestlers that he was aware of and failed to report sexual abuse committed by team doctor Richard Strauss during his time as an assistant wrestling coach from 1986 to 1994. While several former student athletes have claimed the abuse was an open secret in the athletic department, Jordan has consistently denied knowing about the abuse, which spanned from 1979 to 1997. Kind of consistent with what's going on right now, honestly, because Trump has essentially admitted on tape. I know we forget, okay, because every day there's a new, like, monumentally horrible thing to analyze, right? But Trump admitted on tape that he knew what Epstein was doing, even if Trump didn't participate. Okay, he knew what Epstein was doing because he said in an interview. A lot of people might not have seen this. Trump, Virginia, took her. Find it.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
Mr. President.
So he stole her. Muted? Wait, do you guys not hear me? I wasn't talking. He stole her, right? He's saying Virginia Guffrey worked at his spa, and Epstein stole her, and he didn't report it. Like, this is not new, by the way. This is from 6 months ago, right? And like, this admission is so crazy to me. Oh, here's the full clip. There we go.
You're saying that Jeffrey Epstein poached 2 of your staffers. Who were they?
Yeah, I don't want to say 2, or I don't want to say any number. You're talking about many years ago. But yeah, he took people. And because he took people, I say, don't do it anymore. You know, they work for me. And he took, beyond that, he took some others. And once he did that, that was the end of him. I didn't like, when they steal people, I don't like it.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them?
Were some of them young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young
Yeah.
women.
What did they do?
In the spa.
What kind of jobs?
In the spa.
Yeah, it's people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again. And I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen...
This is the clip that we just watched. Okay, so he knows that Epstein is taking young girls from his spa. Okay, doesn't report it. Right. We just recently got this report from the FBI that apparently Trump calls in, was it 2006 or 2007? That Trump calls the FBI and says, thank God you're going after Epstein. Make sure to go after Ghislaine. She's a monster, right? He calls after they're already investigating. So I don't know how this was like some kind of, this was like MAGA's like, see, he was the informant the whole time. Bro, you called after. You're literally trying to cover your own ass. But either way, and then if you know that, right, and you say that Ghislaine is a monster, why to the public did you say, I wish her well? Why did you just move her to a minimum security facility and give her a puppy? Like, are we being for real?
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy.
Like I know I'm silly for saying this, right? Because they have no line, but like this really, for the people that were so big on there being this huge pedophile conspiracy ring and this network where they're selling pizzas out of a basement and all the powerful people are involved. Like the moment that you're the guy you like is in power, you just don't care. You're okay with that happening. You're okay with that continuing. You're okay with them not even getting punished for it. Like the Ghislaine Maxwell thing is so transparent. It's like they met with her. It was supposed to be public. It wasn't public, and then they moved her to a nicer prison and gave her amenities. Like, how are they not up in arms about this?
All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best, When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem call Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete.
So, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. So, President Donald Trump has called on the country's top law enforcement official, Attorney General Pam Bondi, to more aggressively investigate his political adversaries. In a social media post addressed directly to Bondi, he said, "We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility." Trump expressed frustration that nothing is being done before calling on Bondi to investigate former FBI Director James Comey, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Democratic Senator Adam Schiff, who oversaw his impeachment trial. Shortly after, he posted again to praise Bondi, who said he said was doing a great job. "I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that, essentially, same old story as last time. All talk, no action. Nothing is being done. What about Comey, Adam, Shifty Schiff, and Letitia? They're all guilty as hell, but nothing is being done." The statement was roundly criticized by Democrats. So, for those that don't know, Comey and Letitia James were prosecuted after this tweet back in September. By the way, I had forgotten about this, but the federal government blocking investigators from the crime scene for the murder of Renee Good and also investigating her widow is like blood boiling for me. I cannot even. Like, everything he brought up was really bad, obviously. Not investigating the murder of Keith Porter, not investigating or calling Alex Preddy a terrorist, right? All of this is really, really bad. This is all enough to show that this administration does not care about crime, does not care about protecting their citizens. They only care about protecting themselves. Like, get that. But holy shit, the idea that, like, now we'll never be able to investigate that crime scene. And for good measure, they decided to investigate her widow. It just boils up this rage in me. Oh my God.
Complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. The good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and 2-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, And then Judge Kavanaugh promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who are veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just 1 round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing.
The Florida Attorney General that oversaw releasing Epstein back into the wild. Epstein plea deal. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein signed a controversial secret non-prosecution agreement in 2008 with U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida led by Alexander Acosta. Okay. So Pam Bondi was the Attorney General in Florida. Alexander Acosta was the one that led this bill. Alexander Acosta was also hired by the Trump administration in 2017. He's the labor secretary. This deal is the reason that Epstein was able to continue what he was doing for 7 more years. Excuse me. 7 more years. 13 more years. 11 more years. Sorry, my math is... Politically connected financier Jeffrey Epstein is facing up to 45 years in prison on charges he ran a sex trafficking ring in the early 2000s that included girls as young as 14. Lisa Lisa D talks to a former federal prosecutor, Ellie Honig, about how unusual it is to bring charges this old and why Epstein's previous plea deal with Alexander Acosta, now Labor Secretary, was completely indefensible. Epstein pleaded not guilty and has said any sex was consensual with women he believed were 18 or older. The charges were announced as part of an indictment unsealed today by federal prosecutors in New York. As Lisa D tells us, Epstein has pleaded guilty or to lesser charges and has more to this story. Epstein allegedly abused dozens of minors at his homes. Epstein allegedly abused dozens of minors at his homes in Manhattan and Palm Beach, Florida. He enlisted girls to recruit other minors, his trafficking ring. Remember, by the way, FBI Director Kash Patel said under oath that there's no evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. Just a reminder. Prosecutors said they seized scores of photos of fully or partially nude girls. Epstein, who has been seen in the past as friend of President Trump and former President Clinton, first faced other sex crime charges back in 2006 and 2007. At the time, he could have faced life in prison for allegations with underage girls, but the prosecutor in the case, Alex Acosta, now President Trump's labor secretary, struck a more lenient deal. Epstein served just 13 months in a county jail for these charges. Miami Herald investigation earlier this year raised new questions about this deal and brought forward new victims. U.S. Attorney General Jeffrey Berman and of the Southern District of New York said it was important to bring new charges now. Beginning in at least 2002 and continuing until 2005, Epstein is alleged to have abused dozens of victims by causing them to engage in sex acts with him at his mansion in New York and at his estate in Palm Beach, Florida. Alleged behavior shocks conscience. And while the charged conduct is from a number of years ago, it is still profoundly important to the many alleged victims, now young women. They deserve their day in court, and we are proud to be standing up for them by bringing this indictment. For some perspective on this all and the decisions to bring new charges, I'm joined by Ellie Honig. Ellie, let's start with these charges. They are very serious. They include allegations of mistreating and abusing dozens of girls, but they are dating back 14 years and more. How unusual is it to have such a delay in bringing charges, and how can prosecutors do that? It is quite unusual to see charges that are this old. The reason that the Southern District of New York was able to charge this case so many years after the fact, there is actually no statute of limitations on sex trafficking of minor charges that we see here. Thank God for that. Most federal crimes have a statute of limitations, meaning the time from when the crime is committed until you have to charge it of 5 years. But this happens to be one of the very few serious statutes that actually does not have a statute of limitations. But I can tell you the age of these charges will provide some obstacles and some difficulties to prosecutors in proving their case. Memories fade, evidence disappears. So I think these are going to end up being strong charges, but the age here could be an impediment. This article is this interview is from before Epstein died. Also, of course, of note in the fact that Epstein faced that massive indictment back in 2006, but ultimately that was sealed as part of a plea deal that many call highly unusual. My next question, why isn't this double jeopardy? If he already signed a plea deal in a case about sexual misconduct with minors? So first of all, I would call the plea deal that he got in Florida, the non-prosecution agreement, more than highly unusual. I would call it completely unprecedented. I don't know that I have ever seen a deal that lenient in a case like this. Why isn't it double jeopardy? A couple of reasons. First of all, Epstein only played to state-level charges. These are now federal charges, and that's not double jeopardy. State charges and then federal charges, or vice versa. The Supreme Court actually just clarified this a couple weeks ago. That is not double jeopardy. Second of all, the non-prosecution agreement that Epstein entered into with the Southern District of Florida, which was headed by Alex Acosta, is only binding on that one district, this Southern District of Florida. It is not binding to other U.S. offices, including the Southern District of New York. U.S. Attorney for the Southern District, Jeffrey Berman, said that today during the press conference. Miami Herald has been reporting on this for many months, and so far, Secretary Acosta really has not commented on it. And we asked again, also, if he had commented today. Do you think there will be fallout for him because he was the prosecutor in this case? Politically, there certainly could be. I don't believe there was, because remember, if you're on Trump's side, you will get away with anything. Does not matter. look, it's already being investigated, sort of what went into his decision-making process. I don't see how he, in any sort of good faith or with a straight face, manages to remain as cabinet secretary in this administration. That said, he's not shown any signs of resigning. President Trump just today sort of reaffirmed his support of Secretary Acosta, which I think is completely inexcusable, or inexplicable, excuse me. The deal that Acosta gave to Epstein years ago is completely indefensible. It's unusual and unprecedented in several respects in how short a term of prison Epstein faced. 13 months he ended up serving, and most of it on work release. The fact that Acosta didn't notify the victims violates federal law and is something even a first-year prosecutor would know better than to do. So I have to think Acosta knew that and intentionally disregarded the obligation. And the fact that Acosta signed a deal that immunized the co-conspirators, the people around Epstein, is very strange. Why would he want to do that unless he was protecting powerful people who he was afraid of? So I think he's got some very difficult questions to answer. I also think Congress needs to do its job and dig in deep on what happened. I need to ask about those potential ripple effects about the politicians associated, of course, with Mr. Epstein. We know, for example, Donald Trump knew Epstein. Here's a quote from the president, then not president, of course. Donald Trump in 2002 said of Epstein, "It's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." President Trump acknowledging that at the time. And of course, we know that former President Bill Clinton flew with Epstein on his private jet reportedly dozens of times. Do you think, or how would we learn if any of these individuals, others he's associated with, could get caught up in the case? Good question. The number one way we would learn who else was involved in any respect is if the case goes to trial. Interesting that he ended up dead before the case could go to trial. Newly released video logs appear to contradict official accounts. This is from February 6th, last week, chat. Newly released Department of Justice documents show that investigators reviewing surveillance footage from the night of Jeffrey Epstein's death observed an orange-colored shape moving up a staircase toward the isolated locked tier where his cell was located at approximately 10:39 p.m. on August 9th, 2019. That entry in an observation log of the video from the Metropolitan Correction Center appears to suggest something previously unreported by authorities. A flash of orange looks to be going up the L-tier stairs, could possibly be an inmate escorted up to that tier. It also appears, according to an FBI memorandum, that reviews by investigators led to disparate conclusions by the FBI and those examining the same video from the Department of Justice's Office of Inspector General. The FBI logs describe the fuzzy image possibly an inmate. The FBI analysis, flash of orange, could possibly be an inmate. Okay. This was not reported to us. Inspector General logs it as an officer carrying orange linen or bedding, noting it in their final report as an unidentified officer. DOJ Office of the Inspector General analysis says it's possible someone is carrying inmate linen or inmate bedding. The final report by the Inspector General at approximately 10:39, an unidentified CO appeared to walk up the L-tier stairway and then reappeared within view of camera at 10:41 p.m. Official reports state that Epstein died by self-unaliving sometime before 6:30 a.m. when his body was discovered by correction officers delivering his breakfast. No official time of death was ever determined. In recent months, there have been questions about the work of investigators probing the circumstances of death. In an in-depth analysis of surveillance video from jail, CBS News previously reported on the figure on the stairs, consulted independent video analysts who said the movement was more consistent with an inmate or someone wearing an orange prison uniform than a corrections officer. The new records raise more questions about activity near Epstein's tier late that evening. Official reviews of Epstein's death make no mention of the figure in orange, and later pronouncements from authorities, including the Attorney General at the time, Bill Barr, were that no one entered Epstein's housing tier the night of his death. Last summer, in an interview on Fox & Friends, then Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino said, "There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it." Remember, before Trump got into office the second time, Bongino said, "It's guaranteed that Epstein didn't kill himself." Just FYI. Prison employees interviewed by CBS News said escorting an inmate at that hour would be highly unusual. The identification of an individual could have been crucial to reconstructing the events, given that the sighting occurred within the estimated window of Epstein's possible death. The staircase leading to his cell tier was captured by the only camera known to have been recording that night, positioned in a way that partially obscured the approach to Epstein's tier. Government investigators relied heavily on that footage in reconstructing the timeline of events, but because of the camera angle, it was not possible to rule out whether someone could have climbed the stairs and entered the tier without being clearly visible. CBS News analysis of the video found additional contradictions between the video showed and official statements. Thousands of pages released last week as part of the broader Justice Department disclosure of Epstein-related files, totaling more than 3 million documents, provide additional details about the hours between the evening of August 9th, where Epstein was last seen alive on camera, and then his body was discovered the following morning. Records and interviews describe a largely quiet night inside the Special Housing Unit, or SHU, where Epstein was being held. Several inmates told investigators they were using narcotics inside their cells, including MJ and K2, a synthetic substance that multiple witnesses said was common on the tier. Among those interviewed were the 2 correction officers assigned to the unit that night, Tova Noel and Ito Bonhomme, a materials handler who had not previously been identified. Documents show Bonhomme was interviewed twice in September 2019 in sessions conducted in lieu of a grand jury subpoena. According to Noel's account, Bonhomme had been working multiple shifts and slept while on duty for a period between approximately 10 p.m. and midnight. Investigators also questioned Noel about an unexplained change in the recorded number of inmates in the SHU, which appeared to drop from 73 to 72 sometime between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. Noel said she was probably mistaken about the discrepancy and told investigators she had no memory of count changing. Neither officer was specifically asked about the orange-colored figure noted in the video observation log. Bonhomme told investigators he did not remember the period between 10 p.m. and midnight and said he had no recollection of anyone walking up the stairs towards Epstein's tier at around 10:30 p.m. Added that a jail employee entering a tier alone would have violated policy. A separate internal presentation included in the documents released described a corrections officer believed by investigators to be Noel carrying linen or inmate clothing up the tier. The 2023 Inspector General report did not identify Noel as the figure seen in the footage. In her interview, Noel told investigators distributing linen was not part of her duties. I never gave out linen, ever, she said, because that's done on the shift prior. Bonhomme ended his shift at midnight and was replaced by another corrections officer named Michael Thomas, who would discover Epstein's body hours later. Noel continued for a second consecutive 8-hour shift. Thomas and Noel failed to complete inmate counts at 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., as well as mandatory 30-minute wellness checks of Epstein. Investigators speculated that officers may have fallen asleep. Guys, imagine, just for a second, this was 2019. Just imagine if Hillary Clinton had an election. If President Clinton, this happens under her watch. Imagine what the right would be saying about Epstein and Thomas and Noel were later charged with falsifying records certifying the inmate counts had been completed. Federal prosecutors eventually dropped the charges in exchange for cooperation agreements that included interviews. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the Valentine cake. That was a very pretty gift. Thank you so much. I don't have a sound attached to that, so let me hit it with one.
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Okay. A transcript of Thomas's interview conducted 2 years after Epstein's death and released in the recent document disclosure shows significant gaps in his recollection of the morning Epstein was found. Thomas told investigators he discovered Epstein in his cell shortly after 6:30 a.m. on August 10th, and that he ripped Epstein down from the hanging position. Investigators asked what happened to the noose. I don't recall taking the noose off. I really don't, he replied. I don't recall taking the thing from around his neck. Noel, who remained standing at the cell entrance, told investigators she saw Thomas lower Epstein to the floor but did not see a noose around his neck. The noose Epstein allegedly used has never been definitively identified. According to the Inspector General's report, a noose collected at the scene was later determined not to be the ligature used in Epstein's death. Thomas also described Epstein as shirtless when he found him. Evidence records indicate a shirt believed to have been cut from Epstein's body, later returned from the hospital in a bag of personal belongings. The new documents also show that New York City's Office of Chief Medical Examiner reviewed the jail surveillance footage 6 days after Epstein's death as part of its investigation and concluded the video was too blurry to identify any individuals. Hours later, the office publicly ruled Epstein's death as a self-unaliving. The medical examiner did not provide an estimate of how long Epstein may have been dead before his body was recovered. CBS News had previously reported on the office's unorthodox handling of the crime scene. Speculation is that he's alive. No, he's dead. That's be very careful. Okay, be very careful about any like speculation that involves like, oh, he's safe in Israel, or this is connected to Israel. All right, because what I've noticed happening a lot is people on the left buy like neo-Nazi talking points because of how much we hate like the current government of Israel. So just be careful with stuff like that. Because it's an easy way for the right to hand wave it. It's like, oh well, it's not Trump, it's the Jews, you know. Yes, it's the Fuentes pipeline. Yes, exactly. The Fuentes / Piker pipeline. Okay, I'm calling it like I see it. All right, Hassan is controlled opposition. But anyway. Bonham declined to comment when contacted by CBS News. Noel's attorney told CBS News, Ms. Noel will not be making any statements or attempts to clarify any aspect of the situation. Oh, sweet. Love that for us. Previous attempts to reach Michael Thomas on the phone through his attorney have been unsuccessful. What did he do now? I mean, nothing in particular. It's just a constant stream. First of all, just for the basic, I don't know about controlled opposition. Oh, he's just the opposition. Uncontrolled. Start the tangent. So aside from racist statements he's made about Jewish people that have nothing to do with the government of Israel, and aside from him using like homophobic and transphobic and racist slurs against people that he doesn't like, and aside from the fact that he said that he wouldn't vote in a Newsom versus Vance election, despite everything we just saw, like this is all just in the past couple weeks. But there's so much. Anyway, okay, so yeah, this all happened under Trump's watch. Now, I'm not gonna go as far as to say that like Trump ordered the Newsom is definitely not getting my vote. Malik, if the options are Newsom and Vance, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, I'm gonna work in the primary to get whoever ends up being my pick elected, and that pick is not gonna be Newsom. But if Newsom wins the primary, I don't know how a progressive could justify not voting against Dorkin D. Vance. I don't want another Kamala. Well, hey, listen, we got a long way until 2028, right? And we have way more time to get someone better. Oh yeah, for sure. I agree. But I mean, we're talking in a hypothetical where he does win the primary. Now, I'll do whatever's in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't know who that candidate will be as of right now, but we'll see. Anyway, sorry, that was a long tangent. We are 19 minutes into the 4.5-hour hearing. Live's never going to end. I'm just frustrated that the most marginalized groups the Dems expect to vote for them get sold out. Yeah, I mean that's fair, but it's all those groups are actually the ones that are out there fighting, at least in terms of voting, are out there fighting the most. Like black women held us up trying to prevent fascism. And yeah, it's 100% frustrating that marginalized groups are getting sold out in that way. But I just don't know how else. Okay, let me go on. We could talk about the 28 primaries all night. But
today, we will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
I think we really need to patch this, by the way. She can actually do anything she wants because she knows that the president will pardon her. Like, we need to, this is an exploit that really needs to get patched. There's an easy patch that comes to mind. Does it involve constructing some kind of apparatus used during the French Revolution? Is that where, Matt, is that where your head's at?
Let the record
No. Okay. Okay, because that. For the platforms that I was just trying to guess what the chatter was referring to. That's not where my head's at.
Witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. And please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Madam Attorney General, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%.
We could bring it up. I'll bring it up off screen so that we don't waste too much time because we are only 21 minutes into 4.5 hours. But all of this was trending down since 2020. Like a lot of crimes had spiked and then have been trending down since 2020.
Assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are two iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rhetoric.
Rioters storming a Christian church. Talking about the guided tour that Don Lemon took of that church?
Dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by simple compliance with federal law. Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa Cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting that cartel drones are being shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now, protecting America. As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses that can kill Americans. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. We've fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition.
So, bad faith restraining orders from activist judges or non-cultists, okay? What that means is judges have stopped things that we've tried to do that were prior to the Trump era. We never had to say an Obama appointed judge, a Trump appointed judge. The fact that when I talk about the 2020 election, I have to remind MAGA that a lot of the judges that ruled against all of his election fraud cases were Trump appointed judges. Like, that's like a joke. Like, that should not be the case, that we have to point that out. But remember, if a judge ruled against Donald Trump, it's because they're a Democrat. Turns out that the judge was appointed by a Republican, it's because they're a rhino. If it turns out the judge was appointed by Trump, it's because they're a part of the deep state. No matter what, Donald Trump can do whatever he wants, and they will back him.
Towards a presidential administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court, their emergency docket, and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the...
Does anybody know how many unfavorable rulings they got? Birthday balloon. I might have glossed over. What are we talking about in regards to the balloons Texas balloon. CBP shot down party balloons with anti-drone tech before FAA closed El Paso airspace. They're really keeping us safe. They're keeping us safe. Hey everybody, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. I know today isn't a Friday or Saturday night, but I was worried I might get sicker, so I want to give myself the out to cancel tomorrow's live. But if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. Testing of U.S. military laser technology taking place in proximity of the airport. They closed it for 10 days. The FAA responded. The FAA responded by issuing a temporary flight restriction notice, shut down the airspace for 10 days, and prevented flights, including helicopters and used for medical support, below 18,000 feet. The airport is a major hub for the region. More than 50 flights scheduled every day. Did we talk about the EPA? Oh, I just saw that before going live. I don't even want to talk about that right now. It's going to trigger me.
Prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 2,700 victims of child exploitation.
Hold on, I need a second. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So are we using declining the declining murder rate, right? And an assault rate as a flex, but also a higher rate of child abuse as a flex as well? Did I hear that right?
Predators. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also
So what an awesome glitch, right? It's like the crime rates for these crimes are down thanks to President Trump. The arrests for these crimes are up, thanks to President Trump.
Also located 2,700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs
After pardoning the... Never mind. I'm not even going to get into it.
needs to be investigated, contact the FBI. Today, I look forward to discussing further our shared obligation to protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The chair we now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam General, thank you for your extensive remarks, particularly on your continued investigation of those responsible over the years in the Epstein debacle. Obviously, you have...
Debacle. Oh, is this Daryl Issa? Oh my God, I fucking hate this guy. Oh, I didn't even know he was still in Congress. Daryl Issa from California. If I recall correctly, he is the richest House member. Just House members. Second richest House member. Behind someone named Jefferson Shreve. By the way, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the top 10 richest members of the Senate and the House, 8 of them are Republican. Just FYI.
Have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between criminal, between so-called white-collar crime, and doing so, as the chairman said, at a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and our ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack when they try to enforce the law. I personally want to apologize for those who would embolden, support, or even stand with those lawbreakers that sit on this and other daises here in Congress. My job generally is to talk about patents and trademarks as the chairman of that subcommittee. I'll forego that today because one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of Article III judges, and I work with the Chief Justice on that, and we're trying to expand the court. But currently, there are only 677 district court judges. They have very full dockets as well. But you create a tremendous amount of judges, particularly immigration judges. You do so in order to save the court that, but adjudicate, as is requirement, each of those people who claim a right to be here in the United States. And that has been going on under Republican and Democratic administrations for years. What's unique about the Trump administration this time is that you and President Trump have managed to reduce the backlog of people seeking that for the first time in decades. You are getting ahead of that tremendous backlog that caused, for better or worse, the release of millions of people with little pieces of paper saying, come back later when we call you, and often to no avail when you call.
Yep, Jen hit the nail on the head. There was a bipartisan border bill proposed by Senator Lankford, a Republican from Ohio. That border bill would have brought that backlog down tremendously because it would have lowered the wait time for these hearings from multiple years to under 6 months. Donald Trump literally said, do not pass anything before the election. I need to run on immigration. Everyone knows it. Even Republicans know it. They're like, yes, that's fine. The border's actually not a problem. We're just racist. If it was really a problem, then we would be upset about this. We're not upset about this. We love Trump. We hate people from other countries. So, like, it's so absurd. It's like open. It's out in the open. Trump said, blame me for killing the bill. Right? And we have Republicans saying right now, well, we need this thing that would have been solved by the bill.
So I want to congratulate you on that, because it's an accomplishment you might not take credit for, and the other side would never give you credit for. But I hope you can continue to do that and do more. And I say so for a reason, because much of this hearing will be about Minneapolis and other places in which the backlog of criminal aliens, including in my home state of California, people who have hurt other people, people who have victimized their communities, is extensive. And although the overall number through adjudication may be going on, because of places like my home state, California, you're unable to apprehend people that my sheriffs want apprehended. They desperately want to cooperate, and they're prohibited by law. It is this committee's opinion on this side of the aisle that, in fact, you should be given the ability to demand that participation. And
a reminder. So someone asked, what does this have to do with the files? Yeah, just a reminder, how these hearings go, right, is Democrats, they go back and forth, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican. So the Democrat goes and they ask like important questions about crimes that should be investigated, about conflict of interest, about of corruption, whatever it might be, right? And Republicans just glaze for like their whole 5 minutes. It's a 5-minute glaze sesh.
Of a known criminal not be considered to be acceptable just because a state or a city has declared itself a sanctuary. I want you to opine on just one thing that I think has been misunderstood. As I said earlier, you create and maintain those judges that adjudicate these cases. You also support so many that, in fact, have to make decisions as judges. Knowing that this limitation of so few Article III judges are there, please educate those who seem to miss the point that Article I judges, including bankruptcy judges, including immigration judges, including lots of people with the title appropriately judge, do in fact issue documents that look like, act like, and are normally accepted as warrants, as subpoenas, as demands for state officials to stand aside and allow the production of either an individual or documents. Because I think people are missing the point that these ICE retainers and detainers and so on, they act like they're nothing, when in fact, in the ordinary course, Madam General, you do in fact have Article I judges constantly putting those out, and they are respected normally.
Thank you, Congressman, for talking about all the great judges. And if I could add one thing to that, we are always recruiting and looking for judges. So please reach out to our office for these judges who are handling all these very important matters. We've even added some JAG officers as immigration judges.
Thank you.
And so we're continuing to do that, but we're always seeking qualified lawyers as well to be part of that. And thank you for highlighting that, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
So before we get to the first Democrat the question, I want to give you all a bit of perspective on this. So the Department of Justice tracked the searches that lawmakers made in the Epstein files and compiled them into Bondi's book that you'll see in front of her. Okay? So I'm going to show you guys the evidence for this really quick. This is for Rep. I don't know how to pronounce her name. Is it Pramila? Okay. So it references the emails / records that this particular rep, and they did this for maybe all of the Democrats that were planning on questioning her, had searched. So, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute, 19 years old. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. From Kira D to Jeffrey E. I found at least 3 very good young girl, but we was so tired. I will cover up this week. Meet this one, not the beauty queen, but we both likes her a lot. Epstein list victim, all redacted. I love the torture video from Sulayem to Epstein, child exploitation and human trafficking task force PowerPoint on Epstein trafficking. Then this image. Now, what is so disgusting to my sensibilities, okay, as a person, is that not using this information, hey Cloudy, is not using this information to investigate or to find justice or to find or to determine other perpetrators. She's using it to defend herself when questioned why she isn't doing her job. Like how is this email? Thank you for the fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. How is the other end of that email, the non-Epstein part of that email, how is that person not either currently in custody, being investigated, or at the very least public knowledge? Like, how? She is Trump's Maxwell. Ooh, I've never heard it that way. True.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown...
Oh, speaking of Rep. Jayapal?
Such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video."
Remember, Bondi already knows that she's going to bring this up because the DOJ was tracking who the House, which files the House members had searched for. Like, this is like some supervillain shit. Think she'll resign? Why would she? What's the benefit? Anyone that backs Trump, anyone that does Trump's bidding, is going to be rewarded. Period. Why would she resign? The only way she would resign, I'll tell you, the only thing that would make her resign is if it became clear to Trump or Trump's administration that the issue of not prosecuting child molesters will lose Trump the midterms, in which case they will turn her into a scapegoat. Oh, it was actually all Pam Bondi's fault. She was really incompetent. What a dumb blonde, right? And then rather than, her being given top-down directives to do this. Didn't Republicans call for that or not? Outside of Thomas Massie, I don't think so. If anything, Republicans are probably glazing her. They're all in power. They're all protecting each other. Why would she resign? Exactly.
Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names.
This alone is like super impeachable. I just don't even know how you come back from this as a human. This alone, beyond anything else, the protecting of child molesters, whatever, the fact that she's not even protecting victims. It's like, yeah, we're protecting child molesters and also not protecting victims. Like, Jesus fuck. And the fact that they redacted one name is so strange to me. Literally distributed CP. Yeah. Just the federal government distributing CSAM to the American public. Also, I need to understand why only one name was redacted. Like, where even does the argument come in there, right? Because it'd be one thing, oh shit, we missed it. In which case, you're still launch her into the sun. What do you mean you missed it? But like, why was only one name? What?
Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand.
All right. Everyone take a second. Drink some water. Take some breaths.
And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors. This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions. The witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
In the way they want to answer it. No, I'm sorry. You don't get the monologue. You only get 5 minutes. You don't get the monologue about some unrelated bullshit. If the person asking the question isn't satisfied with the answer, they can reclaim their time.
She doesn't like the answer. So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this twice?
Just even if we acknowledge her pivot, okay? Did Merrick Garland release the unredacted names of the victims? Like, okay. Jim Jordan, it's okay. Let her pivot. Did Merrick Garland release the unredacted names? That's literally all she's asking about. She didn't even bring up Trump because I know what Bondi's gonna do anytime, God forbid, they bring up their overlord. She didn't bring up Trump. She's just talking about what the victims have gone through. And Bondi is pivoting to someone that's not relevant to the question. Because if your argument is that Merrick Garland did something wrong in the investigation of Epstein and his accomplices, that still wouldn't absolve you of exposing the victim's personal information. Unrelated, completely unrelated.
Reclaiming my time, and when I reclaim my time, it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say this.
I'll direct it to
what
you.
a massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is
I'm not
interrupting.
going to get in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have my time.
Gentlelady.
Remember, asking her to address the victims who she leaked the private information of is theatrics. Remember, theatrics.
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Elaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level, apologize
Now recognizes the chair.
on what you have done.
Problem here is that she saying on a human level. These people have given up their humanity long ago. I mean, let's be so fucking for real. And Bondi, Jim Jordan, when you put your support behind a person who was found liable for sexually assaulting a woman, when you put your support behind somebody who is actively covering up for child molesters, let alone if he's one, you're not going to get a human reaction from these people. They've forsaken themselves long ago. They are not humans.
The time of the gentlelady expired. The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for.
It's probably this is, I guess, a tiny nitpick, but the one thing I disagreed with the last rep on that I agree with Jordan on is Trump did not make the release of the Epstein files the center point of his campaign. He did run on releasing them, but it wasn't a center, like an afterthought. But other than that,
being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty.
Although that's not his place to say, right? Wait, why would the chairman bring that up? Why would that even be his place to correct? Supposed to be neutral, yeah. Who thinks he's on Jubilee fact check?
In U.S. federal court are participating in a criminal conspiracy.
Oh, God, this fucking traitor. Oh, my God, bro. Oh, it's literally all the worst members of the House. It's not even just Republicans. Megan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Hi, Dan. Enjoying your live and discussion tonight. Hope you feel better. Thank you so much. Who is this? Andy Biggs. Andy Biggs, January. Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs was a prominent figure in the efforts to challenge the 2020 presidential election results and was subsequently investigated for his potential involvement in the events leading up to the January 6th Capitol riot. While Biggs has denied organizing and funding the riot, he was identified as a participant in planning meetings for the January 6th event and was subpoenaed by the House Select Committee. Biggs was an outspoken member of the Stop the Steal movement and spoke at rallies challenging the 2020 election results. Organizers of the January 6th rally claimed that Biggs, along with fellow Arizona Rep Paul Gosar, this was the guy that posted a video of Trump murdering Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in an Attack on Titan meme, helped plan the event. Evidence suggests Biggs was involved in efforts to bring protesters to Washington, D.C. The House Select Committee subpoenaed Biggs in May 2022, but he refused to cooperate, calling the committee a sham. Pardon request. Former White House staffers identified Biggs as potentially seeking a presidential pardon for activities related to the attempt to overturn the 2020 election. On the morning of January 6, 2021, Biggs reportedly called Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers to ask him to sign a letter calling for the decertification of Arizona's electors. This right here is criminal. Oh, word. So big traitor. Yeah. During the attack on the Capitol, Biggs was moved to a secure location where a video surfaced showing him refusing to wear a mask. He later voted against certifying the election results for Arizona and Pennsylvania. Thank you, Rissa, for the hand hearts. Not the only J6 mention, by the way. Following the events, Biggs' brothers publicly demanded his removal from office, citing his role in the election challenges. As of 2024, he was still facing scrutiny regarding his actions during a local Arizona investigation into fake electors. Jordan and Biggs were named in the Sasha Riley tapes. Oh, I didn't even know about that. Hey, Zoe. Andy likely said hang Mike Pence, Biggs. Yeah, so this is Andy Biggs. Figure out some of these tabs real quick. And we need to start doing less research. We get through this video real quick and we treat it like MAGA. Just believe everyone on your side and assume that the other side is lying. Get through this super quick. But alas, we're handcuffed by wanting to know the truth. Look at him. Ugh.
With ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million into DOJ's Asset Forfeiture Fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Congressman, we are aware of that, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, I appreciate your answer. And now let's go to something that is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental collection or otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause, close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume?
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats. And my intent was to ensure the Department of Justice could continue to keep Americans safe while also ending warrantless searches of U.S. persons' data. Are there any additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic Frost, everything that happened under the past administration. And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan, with the House Intel, with all of my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you. And I'm glad you brought up Arctic Frost, because Section 702.
You brought up Arctic Frost, Smoothie. Well, he's the one that brought it up. The actual NPCs, bro.
Was used in the Arctic Frost investigation.
It was.
And information derived was used by Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic Frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know at some level it did, congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified?
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic Frost. We are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation. And I would keep going and say if any member of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as we do. And they should be.
Literally, we're tracking their searches in the Epstein files. You have a binder of which emails they're going to bring up so that you can counter their claims because you don't care about the victims. You just want to look good for your king. Oh my God, bro. Also, remember, if anyone calls it the Democrat Party, that is like a huge red flag. Like you can already assume that they probably shoot dogs in their free time when they say the Democrat Party. You might come across a Republican that says the Democratic Party. But when they say Democrat Party, you know their brain is cooked. They're so far gone. I've never heard a person say Democrat Party and then say something intelligent afterwards.
Jumping up and down,
that's a damn lie.
Supporting
Thank you, Tess.
You and what you want to do, because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue.
Also, what the fuck does this have to do? Isn't the topic of the conversation the Epstein files? Wait, how did you know she did that? Because we have evidence. Here, let me get rid of the soap. Sorry. So this is from the first person that, the first Democrat that was testifying, or that was questioning, right? And it has all the emails that she had searched. New Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute, 19 years old. Thank you for the fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. Nancy Mace commented that she noticed they were being tracked. Ours were told by JJ not to say a word about Epstein. Watch, no one does except Massey. Wait, who's JJ? Just Jim Jordan. Okay. Caffeine. Wait, put the tinfoil away. Okay, Jim Jordan. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, I know it's not J. Jonah Jameson.
You know, I'll just leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure fall into the same investigation privilege. But that's this: how many such queries were actually conducted overall? This is outside Arctic Frost in the prior year by the FBI or other intelligence community, and particularly, we really need to know what were the legal standards applied? Did they use probable cause?
None of this has to do with the topic of the discussion, by the way, which is the Epstein files. That's what the topic of this hearing is. None of this has to do with it. Also, hi Katie. Sorry, YouTube and Twitch. I always forget about YouTube and Twitch chat. I apologize, but I do see y'all. Okay, yeah. And if you want to watch this live in horizontal mode, is that what that's called? That is available on Twitch and YouTube, where I'm a little picture in the corner, and then the video is most of the screen. Whereas obviously TikTok's a little bit different.
Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion, or did they have no individualized suspicion and just were gathering up information?
Landscape. Thank you. I apologize if I misspeak, okay? I'm a little bit delirious. I am 1 hour away from my next Dayquil dose.
And that's beyond the investigation regarding Arctic Frost. I don't expect you to have that information today, but if you can help get that information so we can understand the extensive nature of this continued misuse of Section 102, it would be very particularly helpful.
And it was extensive. Yes, Congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026, and it says it was because of an impasse with the DoD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted.
This tweet, by the way, even though we don't talk about it as much, it's probably in the top 10 most impeachable things Trump has done. Like directing your attorney general to prosecute your political opponents openly is fucking insane. And we don't even talk about it. We don't even. He thought he was DMing her. Probably, honestly, because it says Pam, comma. That's calling for the heads of his political enemies himself. Yeah, well, it's also probably in the top 10. Although, honestly, you know what? Speaking of calling for the heads of his political enemies, what are our thoughts on Senator from Arizona, the bald astronaut? Fuck, how am I forgetting his name? Mark Kelly, thank you. I knew it was Mark. I couldn't remember the last name. Mark Kelly. What are our thoughts on Mark Kelly running for president? The veteran. He's an astronaut. Don't know much about him. He's chill, but I don't know if he's done too much yet. But we got time. As a person, absolutely. Not enough media presence. Not afraid to challenge corruption. All for it. I'd have to know his policies, but he's better than who's running it now. He was a potential VP pick for Kamala. Yeah. It was between like him, Shapiro, and Walz near the end. Him and Shapiro were like my top two, and then Walz came out of nowhere. Anyway, sorry.
Me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which her court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her.
Hey, Cindy.
It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week, in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to.
Sorry, I'm gonna replay it. That's a direct question, bro. Direct question.
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Thank you, Ashlyn.
First, You showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
when
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will get in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to answer.
The question was,
No.
how many of
Yeah, no, she gets to answer, but if she's not answering, then he does not need to cede his time to her. Period. They only have 5 minutes. If there was an unlimited time, fine, let her fucking ramble off, whatever. But if they only have 5 minutes, right? And he says, how many co-conspirators have you indicted? The answer to that is a number. If she wants to give a number, comma, and explain, that's fine. But I mean, props to him for not letting her just go off on some bullshit. Because you know what she's going to say. She's going to say, it's funny you mentioned that Donald Trump was indicted. Donald Trump was the president, and you indicted him twice for trumped up charges, and to now bring out these theatrics talking about the victims when, like, we know what she's going to say. Bro, hit us with we know it's 0. The answer is 0. You indicted 0. Okay, you can tell us why. You can say you can lie and say you're investigating, because as a reminder for everyone that doesn't know what started this whole powder keg, right? A lot of maggots and Trump ass lickers will say, why didn't Democrats care about this when Biden was in office? And the reality is, it's not that Democrats didn't care. It's that Democrats were waiting for the investigation to be concluded. And even when Trump first got into office, right, from January, February, March, April, May, June, up until July, there wasn't this big outcry from Democrats about the Epstein files or indictments, because the investigation was still ongoing. We're all waiting. Okay, listen. At the very least, Kash Patel, one of his, he's not qualified at all, but he was super big on catching the other child molesters that worked with Epstein. Hopefully, Kash Patel can do something about this. Right? We're waiting. What happened was Elon Musk gets in his public feud with Trump and says that the reason that they haven't released the Epstein files is because Trump is in them, right? And then just a couple weeks later, Pam Bondi comes out, and this is why there's an outcry. It's not because it's Trump, okay? Because the first 6 months of Trump's term were also Trump. It's because of what Pam Bondi said. Says, we are closing the investigation. We are not prosecuting anyone else. Epstein did kill himself, and we're not going to release the files. That's why. That's why we're upset. It's one thing if the administration or the Justice Department is investigating it. Okay, give them time. This is a huge investigation, right? This is a massive potential ring of child sex traffickers, or at the very minimum, a child sex trafficking ring with a massive client list. And in February, Pam Bondi said that list was sitting on her desk. And all of a sudden, when Elon calls out Trump, actually, there is no list. Also, there are no other perpetrators. You think we're just going to be okay with that? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm okay with being patient about the investigations, but I'm not okay with you covering up the investigations. So back to why it relates to this. So she could lie and say that, well, we're currently investigating other potential clients, but she doesn't even do that. She doesn't have to. She could just deflect. Why answer the question? It's not like this is important, right? It's just child sex trafficking. They don't care about children. We know MAGA doesn't give a fuck about children. We've known this for so long. I mean, they don't care. After school shootings, they lower gun regulations. They reduce gun regulations, like in the state of Texas, right? They don't care about children. All over the United States, if you have a state that is pushing to ban child marriage, always Republicans blocking it. when you have Republicans pushing to lower the age of consent, or politicians pushing to lower the age of consent, it's always Republicans. Republicans want to investigate children's genitals in locker rooms and schools. We have that one school district in a Republican county where they wanted to install a window into the gender neutral bathroom. And we know they don't care about kids, right? So why wouldn't she just deflect? Republicans aren't going to care that she's deflecting. Americans with hearts and souls that want to protect children from being trafficked care. They want these people to be brought to justice, but she could just deflect. The fuck? Oh, do you not know what I'm talking about? Hold on. Pennsylvania Middle School installs surveillance window in gender-inclusive bathroom. Why aren't the Republicans that voted for the Transparency Act there questioning her? One of them is. I know Massey does. I don't know about... well, MTG resigned, right? So that leaves two, which is Mace and Boebert. Do they question her at all? I'm assuming no. She tells Massey he has TDS. Brother. Massey is the only one on the committee who is an R.
They don't like the answer, Chairman, because it's honest. So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45 seconds, Mr. Nadler, please, Mr. Chairman. I mean, you can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
The indignation, the shameless. You don't tell me anything. Like, he actually called, Nadler called it from the start what she was going to do. He called, he said, saw what you did in the Senate, so skip this, you could just skip ahead and answer the questions because we're not going to allow you to just filibuster. If it's honest, go under oath. Is that Cory Booker, who was just, the person who was just talking?
Our time, no way. And I told you about that, Attorney General,
No,
before you
no, I think it's Raskin.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go.
All right.
My time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time of the gentleman has expired, and obviously
it's clear that under your leadership, the Department of Justice
there was
no longer
no
works
question in there.
It works
to respond
Donald
to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam.
I didn't even know about this. Hold on. Maureen Comey, federal prosecutor in Epstein case, fired from U.S. Attorney's Office. Maureen Comey, a federal prosecutor in Manhattan and the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, has been fired from her job at the Southern District of New York. According to people familiar with the situation, Comey was a prosecutor in the case against accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and more recently against Sean Diddy Combs. The reason for her firing was not immediately clear, but a person familiar with the situation said being a Comey is untenable in this administration, given her father, James Comey, is constantly going after this administration.
Madam Attorney General is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During
Who asked? I'm sorry, Pam. Who asked? What does that have to do with the question?
Impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference
Thank you,
in the
Amanda.
2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in
That's a bold-faced lie. Did Robert evidence of foreign interference? Yes, special counsel Robert Mueller found extensive evidence of foreign interference in the 2016 presidential election. Like, this is a 1 second Google search, right? This is a 1 second. I don't know how Republicans can just. What hurts me the most is I don't know how many of them are like, yes, good, she's lying for us, or how many of them are like believe the lie, and are just okay with being lied to when it's pointed out. That's what I'll never understand. It's like they're lying to you constantly. We saw that. Like Trump admitted that he lied to you. Like he said, "I'm going to lower grocery prices on day one." The moment he won the election, he's like, it's actually really hard to lower grocery prices. I don't know if we'll ever get them down. Like the day after, the fact that they didn't immediately throw away their Trump hats is insanity to me. But
2016. Have you apologized to President Trump?
Oh God! Well, we have this fucking line again. Have you? We have Vance saying to Zelensky, "Have you even said thank you?" And now, have you apologized to Trump? Why would we apologize? You're wrong. If you just lie, yeah, you're. Why would we apologize?
Have you apologized to President Trump? All of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump, you all should be apologizing.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'm sorry that your party was okay with Russian foreign interference and okay with you threatening to withhold congressionally approved aid to Ukraine in exchange for opposition research on your political opponents. I'm sorry that they were okay with that, and then you were able to remain in office. I'm also so sorry that we aren't in a cult. I'm sorry that we are for the rule of law. Like, what the fuck do you want them to apologize for?
You sit here and you.
A reminder, the Mueller investigation led to dozens of indictments and convictions. The only thing that the Mueller investigation didn't lead to was the sentence, Donald Trump colluded with Russia. That's the only thing that it didn't say. And he didn't even say that there was no evidence of that. He said there was no sufficient evidence of that. But the fact that there was foreign interference is not even questioned. It's not even a question. Yes, there was, obviously. The only question is whether or not Trump courted that foreign interference. And while there's evidence of that, there's not enough. And that's not what he got impeached for. That's the best part. That's the best part about what Pam Bondi's talking about. It's not what he got impeached for. He didn't get impeached for that. Now, I understand how they look at it. They look at it as, we hate our political opponents and we'll go after them no matter what. Hunter Biden's cock is huge, but we hate him, so we're going to go after him. He filled out a gun form improperly. Literally all of our base does that, but who cares? We're going to go after him because he's Biden's son. So obviously, when they go after, when they have Robert Mueller special counsel, they're only going after Trump. Why would we care about all the other convictions, right? Of people that were working with foreign adversaries? Why would we care about that? Obviously, you only care about Trump, so we don't care about them. In fact, Trump, please pardon them. Please, we don't care about crime. If you are with us, we don't care about crime. In fact, you commit crimes against our own children, we don't care. Just please, please, please. As long as you're with Trump, that's all we need. We need you to be with Trump. Oh my God.
Attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3.
Reminder, the question was, how many Epstein co-conspirators have you indicted? That was the question. That was the question.
Million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to
Do you guys see the revisionist history here? Donald Trump signed that law. Yeah. Yeah, the House forced him to. Or this is like the peaceful transfer of power shit. It's like, yeah, well, there was a peaceful transfer of power because he left. Bro, he tried to overthrow the election. Yes, he left because he failed. In this case, he said, if you're still talking about Epstein, I don't want your support. He was threatening House members like Boebert, saying that he would primary them if they voted for the release of the files. And then when they get the 218th vote, he's like, all right, fuck it, release them. We'll just redact my name. Eat shit. And this is believed from Bondi? This is believed? He signed it. Like, yeah, 218 House members needed to hold his hand to sign it. That counts? That fucking counts? What angers me isn't just her, it's I need to know how many believe this. I must believe, for my own sanity, I must believe that most of MAGA knows this is bullshit, but because it fits their side, they're okay with it. I have to. I cannot possibly fathom there are people that are so stupid that they watch this man backpedal on releasing the Epstein files for almost a full year and need to be pried out of his hands, and then they say, he released the file. He did it. I can't live in a world where people are that stupid. I'd rather they be evil. I can't. This for me is the first huge Democrat win. I mean, this isn't a win for anyone right now.
Release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them ask Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear around.
What does that have to do with anything?
The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what.
Okay, all right. So I saw the meme about her bringing up the Dow. I did not realize that it was literally out of nowhere. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, so first of all, I want to remind everybody of the question. The question was, how many Epstein co-conspirators have you indicted? That's
the Dow housed 4 years.
Okay.
One word about Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, so she's claiming that the Democrats over the last 4 years haven't asked Merrick Garland one word about Jeffrey Epstein.
How ironic is that? You know why?
You know why? Okay, so I'm going to give the actual answer. You know why? The reason is that under Merrick Garland and under the first 6 months of the Trump administration, there were open investigations. And the Department of Justice was working, or at least we thought, working towards prosecuting other co-conspirators, working towards getting justice for victims. It wasn't until Elon Musk divorced your cult leader, right? It wasn't until Elon Musk said that he's in the files, and you, Pamela, came out and said, oh, actually, there are no co-conspirators. Epstein did kill himself. We are doing no more investigations. Nobody asked any questions about it. And then Trump says, anyone that's still talking about Epstein, I don't want your support. That is why. That is why you're being asked these questions. Merrick Garland didn't do that. But let's go to her answer. So her answer for why Democrats didn't ask Merrick Garland, I want to follow this. Let's say you're MAGA. Okay, let's say you're MAGA. Her answer for why Democrats did not ask Merrick Garland about Jeffrey Epstein is
because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is
because Donald Trump, the Dow right now. You want to know what's fucking wild? Okay, I hadn't seen the Dow meme thing until after I made my most recent TikTok. Right now, I don't know how many of you have seen it. All right, but I swear it's uncanny.
This is the most important video I have ever.
No, not this one. Sorry, this one.
June 5th, 2020. Fox News displays this graphic.
The nationwide protests this week. Historically, there has been a disconnect between what investors focus on and what happens across the rest of the country. For instance, in 1968, the week after the tragedy of Martin Luther King, the S&P 500 rose over 2%, also up the week after the Rodney King ruling.
The implication here.
Okay, so if you want to see me tying this to the Pam Bondi hearing, you can go back and watch it. But I made this before I realized that she actually did the thing. She actually brought up the Dow to deflect from child sex trafficking. I guess this is a thing that just happens with Republicans, right? Oh yeah, well George Floyd died, but it seems like whenever black men are unjustly killed, the S&P does well. And then she unironically did it.
The Dow is over 50.
Also, by the way, this was 2 days ago, right? Or yesterday? 2 days ago. No, yesterday. Excuse me. The Dow is now not over 50,000, so she officially has to answer questions.
$50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe.
So just so we're clear, her official position is that we should not talk about getting justice for the victims that she refused to even look at. Right? Just so we're clear, what she's saying is she's not just glazing Trump. She's saying that this is what we should be talking about rather than what we're talking about now, which is us. She is pissed that I'm reading from a Smooth Brain chat, just to be clear. This isn't my opinion. I'm reading a Smooth Brain. She is pissed that this is distracting from Trump achievement like Russia collusion did in 2016. I swear to you, if child sex trafficking distracts people from Trump's achievements, then one of two things is happening. Either the child sex trafficking is not being addressed adequately, or Trump's achievements aren't all that good. Right? I don't think that Americans would be distracted so easily. Just, oh my God, everything's amazing and everything's cheap and my life is so much better, but gosh darn it, Epstein. But to be clear, I'm responding to someone who I must believe has a caretaker right now. There's no way this person puts their shoes on in the morning. You made a big deal about Russia collusion for 2 years. All it did was cripple Trump for 2 years. If your administration is crippled because half of them worked with Russia and were indicted and convicted of it, then that's on you, big dog. You don't just get another 2 years. Oh, well, yeah, okay. I hired a bunch of people who had ties to Russia, and yeah, okay, they were convicted of felonies, but that distracted from my job, bro. Is Donald Trump a child?
should be talking about. What does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents
So we're clear. This is what it looked like at the end of Biden's term. This was Liberation Day right here. Those who don't know what Liberation Day was, when Donald Trump declared all of his tariffs. They go up. Now, for reference, this is what the Dow looks like. Stock market will always go up. Yes, sometimes it will come down, but the line always goes up. So I don't really know why the Dow hitting 50,000 for the first time would have got there eventually, no matter what. It could even have gotten there under a president that doesn't protect child molesters. Kelly said Obama kept kids in cages, proved me wrong. So real quick, Kelly has 0 followers, 12 following, likely just a bot. But in case you want to address that for when MAGA brings it up, yes. So the cages that were used by the Trump administration to keep children in cages were constructed by the Obama administration. That's true. The difference is that they didn't separate their children from their families. They also didn't use them anywhere near as much as the Trump administration. So, like, if you don't see a difference in separating children from their families and detaining the family at the border, if you don't see a difference in that, then I don't know what to tell you.
have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low thanks to Donald Trump.
FYI, it was at a 124-year low under Joe Biden.
For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border.
Isn't this supposed to be only focused on Epstein? Yeah. So the question that she was asked, she's filibustering right now. The question that she was asked was, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators did you indict? Her response was, Republicans don't care about raping children. We actually do it for fun. And Trump is doing really well for the stock market. And that's all that matters. It's just for the billionaires. And we want them to actually have another island. In fact, we're recruiting the next Epstein right now. His name rhymes with Pusk.
That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America.
This is like the third time she's saying it. She said it. That's what we should be focused on. Focus on the stock market. Do not focus on getting justice for victims of child sex trafficking. Reminder, if the year is 2026 and you are a Trump supporter, you are either a child molester, you're cool with child molesters, you're racist, or you're a Nazi. There's no way around it. I'm sorry. I hate to be the one to break it to you.
Safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this.
Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted by the Democrats. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? YouTube is saving us right now. Sentenced in 2022. Thank you, Taz. Thank you.
This president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, even 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to two documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar with.
So we're clear. In July, he said that they closed all of their investigations with the Epstein files. This might be the first time that the public is seeing these files, but the Justice Department has had them since Trump got in office. So the idea that these emails that were available would now potentially be investigated when they weren't investigated and you close the investigation is asinine.
3 million pages, of course, with that email. But of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
Can I finish, please? I'm not being rude. Please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibuster.
You didn't give a yes or no answer, so let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. And glancing at the documents, that proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really possible.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to get a computer?
It is not possible to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you? None. And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
Regular
posted
order.
nothing on her.
Did she even bring up Trump? First of all, this actually feels like an SNL sketch. And I genuinely don't think she brought up Trump. She has written down responses to each person. Yeah, I heard about this where she literally has like opposition research on the people that are asking her questions. Aside from the fact that she was tracking their searches into the Epstein files so that she could defend so that she can defend herself for why she's doing nothing. Like, it's so insane. It's instead of doing the research into these files and investigating the people, like, who is the person that sent the email? Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. Who is the person that sent that email? Why is their name redacted? But rather than investigating that person, you're investigating the people that are investigating the emails.
Account on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
Yet now, all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in order.
There was no question
in
asked
order.
of the Attorney General. She doesn't just get to
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady can say their point of order.
When a witness attacks...
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
and what rule are you referring to?
Without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and instead is attacking
that is not even close to a point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. The town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district, and your office replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to comment on it, which I understand. That was just fine. But I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not, were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services. And the perpetrators of this, the tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who closed those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your side in regards to this. Well,
Look this up. Biden, Lac du Flambeau. That how that's spelled? Nope. I don't have any idea how that town is spelled, so that we can fact check this. Okay. This is the statement from the guy who's right now. Dispute centers on access to roads in Lac du Flambeau, which are located on tribal land. The representative claimed that the BIA's actions hindered the town's ability to maintain access and that the BIA's removal of the roads from the inventory was illegal. Federal judge ruled that homeowners have a right to access the roads and that the BIA's actions were unlawful. The situation remains tense, ongoing issue regarding tribal sovereignty. President Joe Biden's formal apology for federally funded Native American boarding schools is a step in the right direction, some tribal citizens say, but legacy of forced assimilation about the same thing. On December 12th, 2023, the United States Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit requested the United States submit its views in a case squarely implicating your administration's commitment to tribal sovereignty, tribal treaty rights, the protection of our nation's precious waterways, and the transition away from fossil fuel economy. Despite this request being made over 2 months ago and oral arguments having held on February 8th, the United States has yet to substantially respond to this report. The undersigned tribal leaders, tribal nations across Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, respectfully urge your administration to weigh in forcefully. I don't know. This kind of seems like the Biden administration was in the wrong, what I can see. I'm hearing about this at all. But what I can tell, it does sound like the Biden administration was wrong. And they needed a court order to rectify it. I don't really know what that has to do with Epstein, but I don't think Trump supporters would never say for 500. Yeah, right. I mean, it's like I looked into it and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, Biden was wrong. Can you guys imagine that? Oh my God. I didn't even think about it while I was saying that. Thank you, Sam, for the roses. Got nothing to do with the matter at hand, though. Feels like an irrelevant grievance. Yeah, yes, true.
Fortunately, there was a federal judge that.
But at the very least, it's like when Jim Jordan listed 5 things that the Biden administration did badly that Bondi was rectifying, all 5 were blatant lies. So at least this is an irrelevant truth than an irrelevant lie. I'll take that. I'll fucking take an irrelevant truth at this point.
Said, no, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open. They should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government?
You actually could have asked this outside of the context of this hearing. You'd literally, wait, why? She's obviously going to say yes.
After their extortion of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin.
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome working with you, and we are familiar with that investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous administration. This is just another one of those small examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times. But here's another instance of what they did to a small town and nearly bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately, there was a federal judge that saw through it and has fixed it.
Thank you, Deborah.
I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You've established a National Fraud Enforcement Division, is that correct?
Reminder, the point of these hearings is to talk about the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files.
Correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Has this new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it is in California, as you know, and other places. Yes, we are working on it actively. Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are expanding that. It was the Vice President's idea to come up with this amazing separate fraud division, which we are establishing and going nonstop, not only to expose the fraud in Minnesota, but around the country. It's taxpayer dollars that have been stolen from the American people, and we are committed to recovering that money and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind everyone here, why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis? Because of industrial scale fraud. It was an assistant United.
No, it was because of a YouTube video that you guys really liked because it gave you guys another scapegoat. People weren't buying the Haitians eating cats and dogs thing anymore, so now we got to move to the Mollies are having fake children in their daycares. Remember, the biggest fraud case in Minnesota was being investigated and prosecuted in 2022. Imagine how the survivors must feel. Yeah, it's insane. Remember what? Two lawmakers ago, Pam Bondi was asked about the fact that her Pam Bondi was asked to apologize to the victims because her department released CSAM, right? Those who don't know what CSAM is, don't Google it, okay? But it's her department also released unredacted victims' names and personal information to the public. And now we have the Republican coming up and talking about a lawsuit that was handled already. Like,
State's attorney that said this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota.
and then the Minnesota situation, which is not an ongoing situation, or rather, there's no new information that was brought out. Everything is exactly the same. The only thing is that there was a window licker that went door to door saying, "Hey, let us in to see all of your children, and if not, it's fraud."
At this point, I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin. We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea for every governor to do that at this point?
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea. It's happening around this country. And when our new division with Colin McDonald is established, it's established when Colin is confirmed. He's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do, to stop fraud in every city, in every state in this country. We will continue to fight for the American people.
So you would encourage...
Also, side note, but apparently Dr. Oz is the Epstein files now. There was an email sent on January 1st, 2016. 2016. That is completely redacted. It's from Oz to Epstein. Completely redacted. We don't know what's in the email. In October of 2014, Epstein said he couldn't attend an event between Dr. Oz and a different Dr. Ornish. And then Oz and his wife, Lisa Oz, sent Epstein an email with the subject inviting them to a Valentine's celebration, also in 2016.
Every governor across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota, what we almost certainly know is happening in other states, you mentioned California, you would agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and holding it in a proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing, for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this justice forward. I apologize, I can't do it, but the Attorney General not recognizing you. That's embarrassing. I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there. The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months, and we do have a Democratic Mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time, when Memphis has only gone down 25%. And that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force.
Yeah,
and thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written to you about this, there are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement, specifically, says, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined, and if you want to do something different, join ICE, and you'll get a $50,000 bonus, and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines of local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst, records show, are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities, and you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, policemen who are working on the front lines, to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst?
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs. But 600 gang members were taken off the streets.
My time, because I've only 40 seconds. I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed, like Kristi Noem executed her dog, and that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, in federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time.
But I don't want to gloss over what he said near the start, where the ad was W. Kristi Noem. Yeah, obviously he cooked at the end there. The ad was saying that, are you tired of having your hands tied about what you can and can't do? Join ICE. What can local law enforcement not do that ICE is given mission to? Open-ended question.
Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate, because he was trampling on other individuals' rights.
Wait. I'm sorry. Was this hearing about Don Lemon? What does this have to do with Epstein?
Is that true?
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion. Freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull-Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot, and they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation? Didn't he say this on? He said this on camera. Is that right?
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah.
And more.
That he was in Minnesota, and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to a second subject here. Will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do, last Congress, and we deposed him. He definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the committee, the Congress, and I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying. And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition.
What does this have to do with Epstein again?
Before I give you a chance to respond, Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe. My bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good, with the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, would like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman,
weaponization has ended.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a point of order.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but I appreciate that you trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
No, I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you,
Okay, so really quickly, I did a quick search, all right, about the John Brennan dossier situation. And so that whole spiel that Jim Jordan was giving, this is what it breaks down to. So in May of 2017, Brennan testified to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The dossier was not used as a basis for the intelligence assessment, statement that has been questioned by recent findings. Okay. Now, the dossier's inclusion, despite the claims that the CIA was against including the dossier, records indicate the CIA officer drafted the annex for the dossier, and Brennan, along with James Comey, supported the inclusion. Now, reports also indicate that some senior CIA officers objected to the inclusion of the dossier, which Brennan reportedly overruled. So the CIA was conflicted on this. There were people that wanted to include it and people that didn't. But that doesn't conflict with the dossier not being used as the basis for the intelligence assessment. So all of that debunked with 30 seconds on Google. Holy shit.
You about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the. They asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on.
From
General
multiple
Bondi, would you agree?
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18 years. For 18 years.
He asked a question and doesn't want an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no. For 18 years, you prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. I prosecuted multiple cases.
So bottom line, you're an experienced and seasoned.
For 18 years.
Mr. Chairman, will you reminder of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You are a seasoned and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
He wants to say
I want a yes or no answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a yes or no answer, but I'll live with what you have already said. Let me ask you this question.
Clearly,
in the prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying to.
Well, I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
Who are
important.
protected under? Do you want me to answer, or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you explain
it means
that?
you're nice to the Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivor.
I'm so confused why she said explain that like it wasn't like self-evident, but then he explained it perfectly, and so she didn't have a response. Like, everyone knows what he means, and
survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question: if you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies for coming forward?
The time of the
Which was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now.
True. It's either they are so grossly incompetent that they released CSAM and victims' personal information to the American public, or it was intentional. And both are so beyond what should be acceptable by the United States Justice Department.
Recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Really quick. I'm sorry, everybody. I need to take a break. I am at my 4-hour Dayquil mark, so I got to get a fill on Dayquil. I also am a walker, and I think I might make myself a cup of chamomile. But I do have a video queued up. In the meantime, because I don't wanna, sorry, I don't want to miss any of the hearing. Maybe I do. And I'm going to use the restroom. So I'll probably get through this video, or at least half of it. Oh, is it halftime right now? Yeah. Hold on. Let me hit up a BRB right there. Boom. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'll give you guys a Subway Surfer.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden.
It was 2016 for anyone that's wondering.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, I stood on a stage in Denver, and I accepted your nomination to be Vice President of the United States. And every single day since then, it's been the honor of our lives for Jill and me. Every day, we've been grateful to Barack and Michelle for asking them to join us in this and join them in that incredible journey. A journey that can only happen in America. But we not only have worked together, as it becomes pretty obvious, we become friends. We're now family. We're family. Folks, you've all seen over the last 8 years what President Obama means to this country. He's the embodiment. He is the embodiment of honor, resolve, and character. One of the finest presidents we have ever had. That's right. This is a man of character. And he's become a brother to Jill and me. And Michelle, I don't know where you are, kid, but you're incredible. You are incredible. And I was talking to Barack today. It's no longer who's going to give the best speech. We already know who did that. You were incredible Monday night. To the Delaware delegation, as they say in Southern Delaware, Barack and I married way up. Way up. Folks, as I stand here tonight, I see so many friends and colleagues like my buddy Chris Dodd and the Connecticut delegation, so many people here. I see the faces of those who have placed their belief in Barack and me. So many faces, but one. This is kind of a bittersweet moment for Jill and me and our family. In 2008, when he was about to deploy to Iraq, and again in 2012, our son Beau introduced me to the country and placed my name in nomination. You got a glimpse. I know I sound like a dad, but you got a glimpse what an incredibly fine young man Beau was. Thank you. Thank you. His wife, Hallie, and his 2 kids are here tonight. But as Ernest Hemingway once wrote, the world breaks everyone, and afterwards, many are strong at the broken places. I've been made strong at the broken places by my love, Jill, by my heart, my son, Hunter, and the love of my life, my Ashley, and by all of you. And I mean this sincerely. Those who've been through this, you know I mean what I say. By all of you, your love, your prayers, your support. But you know what we talk about? We think about the countless thousands of other people who suffered so much more than we have, with so much less support, so much less reason to go on. But they get up every morning, every day. They put one foot in front of the other. They keep going. That's the unbreakable spirit of the people of America. That's who we are. That's who we are. Don't forget it. Like the people in the neighborhood that Jill and I grew up in. She in Willow Grove and my down in Wilmington and Claymont. The kid in Claymont with the most courage, who always jumped in when you were double teamed or your back was against the wall, who became a cop because he always wanted to help people. The middle daughter of 3 daughters, who always made her mother smile, who was a hero to her sisters, now a major in the United States Marine Corps because, Mr. President, I wanted to serve my country. The teachers who Jill knows and so many of you know, who take money out of their own pockets to buy pencils and notebooks for the students who can't afford them. Why? Why? Because being a teacher is not what they do, it's who they are. You know what I know, for real. These are the people who are the heart and soul of this country. It's the America that I know, the America that Hillary knows and Tim Kaine knows. You know, I've known Hillary for well over 30 years. Before she was First Lady of the United States, when she became First Lady, we served together in the United States Senate, and during her years as Secretary of State, once a week, we had breakfast in my home, the Vice President's residence. Everybody knows she's smart. Everybody knows she's tough. But I know what she's passionate about. I know Hillary. Hillary understands. Hillary gets it. Hillary understands that that college loan is about a lot more than getting a qualified student education. It's about saving the mom and the dad from the indignity of having to look at their talented child and say, Sonny, honey, I'm so sorry. The bank wouldn't lend me the money. I can't help you to get to school. I know that about Hillary. Hillary understood that for years, millions of people went to bed staring at the ceiling, thinking, oh my God, what if I get breast cancer or he has a heart attack? I will lose everything. What will we do then? I know about Hillary Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen,
okay. Couple quick things. So, if not for the tragic passing of Beau Biden, Joe's son, Biden would have likely ran for the 2016 nomination, which would have meant either he would have won or he would have split the moderate vote and Bernie would have won. Both of those situations, particularly the Biden one, would have likely led to Donald Trump's defeat. That really fucking sucks out. Number two, I have a devil on your shoulder, angel on your shoulder situation right now. About that for my cat. Vet oncology bills are hefty. Wait, I might have missed parts of the conversation. Okay. You guys help me decide whether I'm taking Dayquil or NyQuil right now. 12:44. Oh, pay for healthcare. Got you. Okay, we're gonna do a poll. Both is crazy. We're gonna do a poll, all right? Really quick poll. Equal and an edible. Oh my god, wait, hold on. Wait. I keep forgetting I have these. Okay, it says they expire in March of 2025. But like, is that like a soft expire or? That's good. Soft expire. Okay. We're not taking them tonight. Okay. We're not doing that right now. But okay. Someone needs to remind me. One of these nights, someone remind me that I have them because I keep forgetting they exist. Okay. Laughing emoji for Dayquil. Crying emoji for NyQuil. It's 12:45 my time. Laughing emoji Dayquil. Crying emoji NyQuil. Laughing emoji Dayquil. Crying emoji NyQuil. Donna.
Oh, wait, I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing. There. I'm peeing.
Thank you, Sean.
I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm waiting myself.
Stop peeing. Laughing emoji for Dayquil. Crying emoji for NyQuil. 3 seconds left. When can you take another dose? I can take a dose every 4 hours. Okay, so there are 13 people here that want to promote a healthy sleep cycle for me, which is good for my mental health and my physical health. And there's 31 content goblins that want the live to keep going. I'm not going to lie. I am one of the 31. I identify as the second one. Okay. We're gonna finish this real quick because I'm gonna eat these the overnight oats and and the end of the speech is so fucking good. You just raw dog and Dayquil. What? Do you guys actually pour it in the little thing? Like, what's the point? I'm gonna finish the bottle by tomorrow. We're really gonna like measure out, like take a shot and a half and keep it moving. It's medicine, Daniel. No chaser. Got overnight oats. Okay.
We all understand what it will mean for our daughters and granddaughters when Hillary Clinton walks into the Oval Office as President of the United States of America. It will change their lives. My daughters and granddaughters can do anything any son or grandson can do, and she will prove it, Mr. Mayor. So let me say as clearly as I can. If you live in the neighborhoods like the one Jill and I grew up in, if you worry about your job and getting a decent pay, if you worry about your children's education, if you're taking care of an elderly parent, then there's only one person in this election who will help you. There's only one person in this race who will be there, who's always been there for you, and that's Hillary Clinton's life story. It's not just who she is, it's her life story. She's always there. She's always been there. And so has Tim Kaine. Ladies and gentlemen, to state the obvious, and I'm not trying to be a wise guy here, I really mean it. That's not Donald Trump's story. Just listen to me a second without booing or cheering. I mean this sincerely. We should really think about this. His cynicism is unbounded. His lack of empathy and compassion can be summed up in the phrase I suspect he's most proud of having made famous: "You're fired." I mean, really, I'm not joking. Think about that. Think about that. Think about everything you learned as a child, no matter where you were raised. How can there be pleasure in saying you're fired? He's trying to tell us he cares about the middle class. Give me a break. That's a bunch of malarkey.
Bunch of malarkey.
Tell you. Folks, whatever he thinks, and I mean this in the bottom of my heart, I know I'm called middle-class Joe. In Washington, that's not meant as a compliment. It means you're not sophisticated. But I know why we're strong. I know why we have held together. I know why we are united. It's because there's always been a growing middle class. This guy doesn't have a clue about the middle class. Not a clue. Because, folks, when the middle class does well, the rich do very well and the poor have hope. They have a way up. He has no clue about what makes America great. Actually, he has no clue, period. But folks, let me, you got it. Let me, okay. But folks,
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I thought they were chanting Caillou for a second.
let me say something that has nothing to do with politics. Let me talk about something that I am deadly serious about. This is a complicated and uncertain world we live in. The threats are too great. The times are too uncertain to elect Donald Trump as president of the United States. Now, let me finish. No major party nominee in the history of this nation has ever known less or has been less prepared to deal with our national security.
Reminder, Trump broke a record. He is the first president in history to have not served in any prior office or in any role in the military. Not a single president that has had that dishonorable claim to fame.
We cannot elect a man who exploits our fears of ISIS and other terrorists, who has no plan whatsoever to make us safer. A man who embraces the tactics of our enemies, torture, religious intolerance. You all know. All the Republicans know. That's not who we are. It betrays our values. It alienates those who we need in the fight against ISIS. Donald Trump, with all his rhetoric, would literally make us less safe. We cannot elect a man who belittles our closest allies while embracing dictators like Vladimir Putin. No, I mean it. A man who seeks to sow division in America for his own gain and disorder around the world. A man who confuses bluster with strength. We simply cannot let that happen as Americans. Period. Folks, no one ever doubts I mean what I say. It's just that sometimes I say all that I mean. But folks, let me tell you what I literally told every world leader I met with, and I've met them all. It's never been a good bet to bet against America. We have the finest fighting force in the world. Not only do we have the largest economy in the world, we have the strongest economy in the world. We have the most productive workers in the world. And given a fair shot, given a fair chance, Americans have never, ever, ever, ever let their country down. Never. Never. Ordinary people like us who do extraordinary things. We've had candidates before who attempted to get elected by appealing to our fears, but they've never succeeded because we do not scare easily. We never bow. We never bend. We never break when confronted with crisis. No, we endure, we overcome, and we always, always, always move forward. That's why I can say with absolute conviction, I am more optimistic about our chances today than when I was elected as a 29-year-old kid to the Senate. The 21st century is going to be the American century. Because we lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That is the history of the journey of America. And God willing, Hillary Clinton will write the next chapter in that journey. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Come on. We're America. Thank you.
That last line gave me goosebumps. And I know it's cringe, okay? It's a politician, political speech. So this is what he was talking about when he said other politicians have tried to come into power by preying on our fears, but they've lost. This is what the map should have looked like. And that's how it felt to have hope. This is what the map should have looked like in 2016, let alone 2024. This is what happened when we had a segregationist run against the man that was pushing for the Civil Rights Act. This is Lyndon Johnson versus Barry Goldwater. This is what pushed so many Southern Democrats to the Republican Party and progressive Northerners to the Democratic Party. But most importantly, just this is what needs to happen every time a racist, every time a xenophobe, every time an authoritarian wants to come into power. This is how we should have treated him. And everything about that speech is so bittersweet because we know that America failed. Everything he talked about, Americans have never failed America. Well, they did. Just a few short weeks after this speech. So, yeah. Still, I like the speech because not only really cook at the end, but also kind of reminds us of what could have been. This was just yet another one of the planets that needed to align to put us on this timeline. Remember, Trump's win in 2016 was the perfect storm, and obviously it led us down a path that we now are. But it required, right? So many things needed to happen here for Trump to win in 2016. We're gonna get back to what we're doing in a second. Hold on. We're watching. This. Okay, yeah. So I already mentioned it earlier, but Joe's son Beau dying of cancer. If that didn't happen, Donald Trump wouldn't have been president. because either Joe Biden would have won the nomination and would have defeated Trump, or Biden and Hillary would have split the moderate vote and Bernie would have won. And while I don't think Bernie would have won in 2020, I do think he probably would have won in 2016, because the states that Hillary lost were states that Bernie won in the primary, and states that voted for Trump because of populism, not because of why they might have voted for Trump this time. So we needed Joe Biden's son to die of cancer. We needed the Democratic primary to be particularly contentious. We needed Russia to sow misinformation and division among Americans with their bot farms. We needed James Comey to announce that he was reopening the FBI investigation into Hillary Clinton. Just a few days before the election. We needed Hillary Clinton to make the decision not to campaign in the Rust Belt. So many of these things needed to fall in line for him to win in 2016. None of that explains why Trump won the nomination. Oh, thank you for reminding me, MAGA React. Additionally, we needed the Republicans to not drop out of the race and coalesce behind an anti-Trump candidate. Trump had 30 to 35% of Republicans behind him. We had Scott Walker, a Republican governor from Wisconsin, I believe it was from Wisconsin, was polling in third, drop out and say, before the Super Tuesday, drop out and say, I think more Republicans should do this. We need to coalesce behind our candidate. But the Republican primary stayed split amongst many, many people, which led to Trump getting an insurmountable lead. So we have all of these stars aligning to lead us down this path starting in 2016. Oh my God, bro. I honestly couldn't vote for Hillary, and that hurt, but it's the truth. Couldn't vote for Hillary because you weren't old enough, or couldn't vote for Hillary because you didn't want to vote for Hillary? Okay. Let's get back to is there any way we finish this tonight, given how many times I'm pausing? I'll take, but I think Hillary winning in 2016 would just kick the can down the road. So if Hillary won in 2016, I think we could definitely see Trumpism still rise in, like, anti-intellectualism, demonization of the media, stuff like that, because I'm pretty sure Trump was planning on starting like a competitor to Fox News called Trump TV, and he was also expecting to lose the election in 2016. Now, whether or not he was run again, I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but I do think that we were not seeing the end of Trump or Trumpism had Hillary won. But I don't know that he would have ran again. How her policies and what she did overseas, I couldn't support it, so I went with for Bernie. I also voted for Bernie in the primary, but once Bernie lost, I did the same thing that Bernie recommended, which is backing Hillary Clinton. It would have died like the Tea Party. I mean, the Tea Party didn't really die. Eight years of a black president and then 4 years of a woman president with COVID in her fourth year, it probably wouldn't be Trump, but some other far-right lunacy. Yeah. I mean, I can 100% see, even if Hillary did the best job possible for COVID, I could definitely see her losing re-election. to some psychopath. But I don't know. I don't know if it gets much worse than where we're at. Given the options. Hold on. To be clear, it can and will get worse. But given the options of it.
Attorney General Bondi, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent the past several months attacking the administration for doing exactly what the American people wanted when they overwhelmingly elected President Trump, securing our border and enforcing our immigration laws. I find it a bit ironic because this is the same party who just a few years ago were openly supporting strong immigration enforcement after witnessing criminal illegal aliens wreak.
Is someone watching an Obama speech on the screen behind him? What am I looking at right now?
Havoc on the American communities. I have a short video I just wanted to play.
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
Really quick, I don't know if y'all have seen this, but the new right-wing conspiracy theory is that the Biden that was president is not the same Biden that was senator and placed. Also, none of the things that they're saying conflict with the Biden-Harris administration's policies on immigration. None of it does. The only thing it conflicts with is the reality that Republicans created, which is that Biden wants open borders. Literally everything they said. Well, Hillary just said, if they commit a crime, deport them. Yeah, that is the policy. We need strong borders. Yeah, that's what Biden and Obama's policy was. None of this conflicts with the reality that took place. It just conflicts with the reality that they created in the 4 years that Biden was in office.
To address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country, we certainly don't want any more coming in.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration, which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Open the borders, my God. You know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world, and I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no? Would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country.
So, Attorney General Bondi, what's the Trump administration, DOJ, doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
Remember, if you ever want to watch a Trump supporter short circuit, just ask them what policies were open border. What did Biden do to open the border? What did Biden do differently in his term than Trump did in his first parts of the border? Their brains will start oozing. Whatever's between their ears will start oozing out of their ears.
Congressman, President Trump has worked tirelessly, as you know, to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico. The fentanyl precursor.
I don't know why the way she pronounced that made me feel really weird.
that were coming from China. These precursors were taken from China into Mexico, and in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country. Thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the majority of the American people wanted—
Not a majority, not overwhelming. Didn't even break 50%.
Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe. And that's exactly what he did. And that's why today the other side sits here, they yell, they cut me off, they want to yell, they want to ask a question and don't want answers because they want to distract from all the great things that this president and this administration working hand in hand, and that includes Secretary Noem, who has closed our borders, and Tom Homan, who has closed our borders.
Notice it's never anything specific. They never bring up what Homan, what Noem, what Trump did to close the border. Always Biden opened the border, Trump closed the border. Never anything specific.
Borders to keep Americans safe, and they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosed orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress. But with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that. Anything with Arctic frost, I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ has changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ is not going to go do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself tells you why how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Great, thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name. We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at least be 1,000 times?
We have released every piece of legally permissible information. Okay, you can characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies. But what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, "Get the message to him. I'm gonna hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self." Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, "No, it wasn't, Eric, and now I'm going to kill you." The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, "I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew." I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congress.
God, if she brings up the assassination. Not saying she will. If she does. I don't know if I can finish.
I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that.
I think the live would have had to end.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said, and I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to, and it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to begin. Thank you for being here, General. You might see me when I'm right in front of you. I have to mention this first. You know, I used this word before, and my friends on the other side of the aisle got mad at me, but hypocrisy. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. But for years on the other side of the aisle, we heard nothing. Crickets, not a word. Nothing was said when they were in control. Nothing was mentioned basically the last summer.
We already talked about this. I'll just really quickly go over it. Very clear. The other side of the aisle, Merrick Garland, never came out and said, "We're closing the investigations. No other co-conspirators. In fact, Epstein did kill himself. And if you ask any questions, we no longer want your support." That came from Bondi and Donald Trump. The investigations were ongoing 4 years of Biden's administration during the first 6 months of the second administration. For 6 months, notice there wasn't a bunch of Democrats calling for the release of the Epstein files. It was until Bondi came out and said, "Okay, so when he said the list was on my desk, actually there is no list. Epstein killed himself. There's not going to be any other prosecutions or investigations. And if you ask about it, you have TDS, right?" That's what started all this. So just putting that out there.
And the ranking member points out that he did do something last year. Yeah, he did a letter complaining about the plea deal for Maxwell, but it wasn't a big deal. Then we get a new administration, and all of a sudden it's a big deal, and they feign concern, they're upset, they're investigating. They had all these years and all this time. And in fact, Stacey Plaskett, and we all know that name, when they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member, were taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump. So Epstein was using her, Democratic colleague, as a tool to go after.
Hold on, I gotta fact check this. What? Stacey Plaskett? 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 Late 2025, newly released documents from House Oversight Committee revealed that Delegate Stacey Plaskett, a Democrat from Virgin Islands, was in communication with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a 2019 congressional hearing. Delegate Stacey Plaskett is defending her conduct ahead of the House vote Tuesday evening to censure her, move her from the House Intelligence Committee, really communicating with the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a 2019 Oversight Committee. In talking points sent to Hill offices and obtained by Politico, the non-voting Democratic delegate representing the U.S. Virgin Islands said received correspondence from many people during the hearing, including Epstein, who was a constituent. Because he lives in the U.S. Virgin Islands? Also defending the text with Epstein as part of the information gathering process. As a prosecutor handling the worst felonies and horrible narcotics cases, I have learned to receive information from sources I do not like, to obtain information that helps me get the truth, she said. Diligence is not grounds for censure. Okay, so what are the texts? Okay, let's look at this timeline here. 2007 to 2012, Plaskett serves as general counsel for the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, which granted $219 million in tax benefits to Epstein's financial trust company from 1992 to 2012. 2008, Epstein pleads guilty in Florida to soliciting prostitution from a minor. As part of the plea agreement, he's incarcerated in county jail for 13 months and was allowed extensive work release privileges that kept him out of jail for up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. So literally the absolute most amazing deal you can get. And he procured this through somebody that Donald Trump later hired, Alexander Acosta, who became Donald Trump's labor secretary. Plaskett first runs for Congress after leaving EDA. She testifies during her deposition in 2023 in the case of government of the United States Virgin Islands versus JP Morgan Chase Bank that she meets Epstein in person for the first time during her 2012 campaign when attorney Erica Kellerhalls introduces her to him as a potential donor. 2013 to 2014, Plaskett works for Kellerhalls Ferguson. States in her deposition that Epstein was a client of the firm at that time. 2014, then First Lady of the Virgin Islands and Epstein's office manager emails Epstein asking him to get Plaskett elected, and if he thought any of his friends would give to her campaign, according to Exhibit 13. He writes that Plaskett's opponent in the Democratic primary, former Senator Sean Michael Malone, was nasty and needs to be defeated, informing Epstein that we would have a friend in Stacey. Epstein tells Dijon he would have several employees donate maximum amounts to Plaskett's campaign. They donate $10,400. 2014, Plaskett wins the Democratic primary. 2016, Plaskett receives 2 donations totaling $5,400 from Epstein. 2018, Epstein donates $2,700 to Plaskett's campaign. $2,700, I believe, is the max that a citizen can donate, like outside of a corporation or a PAC or something like that. Okay. Text messages show Plaskett texting her. This is 2018. Text messages show Plaskett texting her former chief of staff, Jerome Murray, at 11:11 p.m. Make a wish, saying she is going to meet Epstein when she arrives in New York, according to her deposition. Later confirms this was the same meeting at Epstein's New York home discussed in her deposition. Calls discussing Virgin Islands politics, national politics, and campaign contribution. November 28th, 2018, C.K. Brown writes an expose in Miami Herald about Epstein's 2008 conviction and other alleged sex crimes that includes an interview with Virginia Roberts, said she was used as a sex slave for Epstein for years, starting at the age of 16. The article states that Roberts and 20 other victims received settlements from Epstein ranging from $50,000 to more than $1 million. The article includes an interview with Courtney Wild, an alleged victim of Epstein beginning at the age of 18. The article notes that Wild was identified by FBI as one of more than 3 dozen underage girls as young as 13 who had been molested by Epstein between 2001 and 2005. The article states that over the years, Wild, Roberts, and more than a dozen other women say they were victims of Epstein have been quietly challenging the traditional legal norms that have failed to punish Epstein and other men in positions of power for sexual abuse. February 27th, 2019, Epstein exchanges text messages with Plaskett during the testimony of Michael Cohen, President Donald Trump's former fixer and personal attorney, who appeared before the House Oversight Committee to testify against Trump, accusing of racism, financial fraud, and directing hush money payments to conceal his extramarital affairs. July 6th, 2019, Epstein is arrested on federal sex trafficking and charges. July 8th, Plaskett spokesperson tells CNBC he's pretty sure he will not return the Epstein donation. July 9th, 2019, Plaskett announces she will donate the amount equal to Epstein's contributions to Virgin Islands organizations for women and children. August 10th, 2019, Epstein is found dead in Manhattan jail while awaiting his trial. January 15th, 2020, former Attorney General Denise George files a civil lawsuit against the state and co-defendants and 10 Epstein-created entities under the Anti-Criminal Enterprise, Sex Trafficking, Child Exploitation, and Fraud laws of the Virgin Islands. Virgin Islands government alleges the co-defendants conspired with Epstein in carrying out an expansive criminal enterprise through which dozens of young women and children were trafficked and held captive in Virgin Islands at Epstein's secluded island, Little St. James. George announced a settlement in the case on December 1st, 2020 that required the defendants pay the Virgin Islands government $105 million in cash, plus one half of the proceeds from the sale of Little St. James. The state also agreed to pay $450,000 to remediate environmental damage around Great St. James, another Epstein-owned island. The government found that Epstein raised the remains of centuries-old historical structures of enslaved workers to make room for development. Hold on. Epstein's estate needed to settle for $105 million with other co-defendants. Why don't we ever hear about these co-defendants? December 27, 2022, the Virgin Islands government files a federal lawsuit in New York against JP Morgan Chase Bank, alleging the bank enabled Epstein's trafficking and exploitation network. I like how the government of the Virgin Islands has done more than the federal government of the United States to go after Epstein and the enterprise. But Plaskett is deposed in the case on May 9th, confirming multiple meetings and calls with Epstein between 2012 and 2018 in response to the questions about a list she produced of campaign donors from 2014 to 2020. Plaskett confirms that her list indicated Epstein and 4 of his affiliates donated more than $30,000 during that time. She confirms Epstein donated $8,100 to her campaigns during that period. She confirms campaign contributions during that time from Epstein's affiliates, including a bunch from the conspirators. Okay. The case settles in September 2023. The U.S. Virgin Islands, $75 million from JP Morgan Chase Bank. Plaskett discusses Epstein donations on Analyze This with Neville James, stating that she wished she had not taken his campaign contribution. Instead, unaware that her campaign received a donation from Epstein when she first contributed, noting that she was alerted by the media with her campaign's federal filing. November 20th, 2023, during a video interview, Virgin Islands Consortium editor-in-chief, founder, and publisher Plaskett says she knew Epstein had been convicted of something in Florida, but the true extent of that was not evident to us at the time, so she accepted a donation from Epstein because his business was legitimate. Epstein's 2008 conviction plea deal is reported at the time by multiple news outlets, including articles published on June 30th, 2008. Yeah, I don't buy this. I have to criticize her just as much as I criticize all of the Republicans that stayed in contact with Epstein after this plea deal. With Dr. Oz, inviting him to Valentine's Day party, and with fucking Donald Trump Jr. Potentially meeting with him at Mar-a-Lago. So, yeah, I don't care so much about the text messages. I guess I'd have to see what the text messages are, but just taking using your contact with Epstein after this plea deal to advance your political career. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I do want to see the text messages. Oh, okay, here we go. At 7:41, Epstein texts, "Are you chewing?" Less than a minute later, Plaskett replies, "Not anymore." At 11:24 a.m., Epstein texts, "Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets," referring to former Trump executive assistant Rona Graff. 35 seconds later, at 11:25 a.m., Plaskett texts, "Rona?" 41 seconds later, Plaskett texts, "Quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym?" Epstein replies, "That's his assistant." Plaskett questions Cohen about Graff, asking if she and Alan Weisselberg were with the Trump Organization. Cohen responds that they were with the Trump Organization, noting Weisselberg was the chief financial officer and Graff was Trump's executive assistant. Plaskett asks Cohen if Graff would be able to corroborate many of the statements that are being made during the hearing. He says yes, noting her office was directly next to Trump's. Okay, after Plaskett questions Cohen about Graff at 11:34 a.m., Epstein texts her, "Good work." The White House publishes an article titled, "Where is Democrats' Transparency on Epstein?" The article questions why Democrats are not talking about the fact that Plaskett solicited and was given $30,000 from Epstein for the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee after he was already a convicted sex offender, or the fact that Plaskett herself accepted maxed out donations from Epstein. Right? This is bad, but I don't think Republicans are allowed to be the ones to say that it's bad. I think it's Democrats that have to bring this up, because Republicans also stayed in contact with Epstein. They're inviting him to their parties. They're trying to go to his parties. They are putting people in their administration related to him. There are so many connections of Republicans in Trump's orbit with Epstein post 2008. So, I am 100%, and Democrats should be criticizing her for this, but I don't know how Republicans have the wherewithal to mention this as if they aren't doing the same. They're still in bed with him long after he's dead. Yeah. Republicans introduce House Resolution 888 to censure and condemn Plaskett and remove her from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for conduct that reflects discredibility. Resolution fails 214 to 209. Representative James Comer requests Attorney General Gordon Ree provide documents relating to the Epstein estate. Plaskett releases a statement. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. It's not the texts that bother me, which I guess is what's bothering the Republicans. It's what led to the text. It's years of being okay with the support of somebody who pled guilty to soliciting sex from a minor. So yeah, I am going to do something that MAGA does not like to do, and I'm going to condemn this Democratic representative. This is a non-voting rep, by the way. But yeah, I had not heard about this. I think it's I think it would be one thing if it were just her trying to get information from about Trump. If it were just that, then it's kind of like the like Batman getting information from the Riddler about the Joker or some shit like that. But it's like they seemed like friendly, She accepted money for her campaign after 2008, and that to me is beyond the pale. Okay. Again, I don't know how Republicans are the ones that can bring this up. It would be Democrats, because Republicans don't have the moral high ground on this. They all stayed in contact with Epstein after 2008. Howdy ho, Mac.
After President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is. And there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents, to challenge them, to hurt them, to attack.
Challenge them. Just if he could provide one source of a Democratic politician that encouraged constituents to attack ICE agents. If he could provide one source, I'll become a Republican today.
And that doesn't make sense. That's hypocrisy. And then we hear about the concern of, going after Democrats, that the legal system, that judiciary and Department of Justice is going after Democrats. But they literally rework the legal system under Alvin Bragg and Letitia James to go after Republicans and those sympathetic to Republicans. So, be careful when you accuse others that you're not guilty yourself. Be careful of what you say.
That's so fucking rich, given that you just brought up the Epstein connection. Oh my God, bro.
Because you got a history, and it's easy to go over it. I just want to talk about where we were and where we are now. We had over 10 million illegal crossings in the past between 2020 and 24. Over 10 million. There's probably a much bigger number.
That's just simply not true. The estimate was that over the past 4 decades, there were 11 million total undocumented. Hey, Hector. So that's patently false.
Being conservative. We were told the people weren't dangerous, but they were, General. They were dangerous, many of them.
Less than 5% of the undocumented immigrants that were deported by the Trump administration, less than 5% have dangerous convictions. And speaking of which, you already get deported. You already get deported when you're convicted of a violent crime. So that 5% would have still been deported under a Biden administration, under a administration, under a Bush administration, under an Obama administration. Not anything different.
More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list during that time. Violent criminals came across, as we saw.
Remember, they brought up the FBI's most wanted list earlier, and they said 6 out of the top 10 FBI's most wanted were apprehended in 1 year's time, and just a 2-second Google search showed that on average 60% of people on the FBI's most wanted list get caught in the first year after they're put on the list. So essentially, they're bragging about like status quo.
What consequences where mothers and fathers, children were raped, murdered, hurt, abused, beaten, trafficked, all from the drugs. My God, the drugs they brought into our babies in this country. 73,000 illegals with criminal histories, 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses, 13,000 convicted murderers in our beautiful offenders. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It was madness. It was.
Is the video bugging out, or is it the live?
Insanity. It's bizarre. It's perverse.
They're eating the dogs.
What in God's name are you doing? Make it right and safe for our criminal.
Yes, and given the.
I'm going to refresh. Let's see what's going on with that. Thank you, Hector, for the corgi. We're at 1 hour and 40 minutes. We're at 1 hour and 40 minutes, and we are And we're at 4 hours and 52 minutes in the live.
Madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It's perverse.
It looks like it's the Associated Press video. Does anyone know if this fixes, or should we go to a different source? Because the sound isn't.
Quote, anytime an American citizen's private.
Will John Brennan be indicted?
I believe you've seen that in Minnesota, where people were.
Be careful of what you say, because you got a history, and it's easy to go over it. You know, I just want to talk about where we were and where we are now. We had over 10 million illegal crossings in the past between happened because of that.
Absolutely.
Would you agree that? I'm sorry.
And it did.
And it did. Thank you. Would you agree that cooperation between, and this is a biggie, and I'm going to ask you to elaborate on this. This is a big deal. This is why some of the problems we're seeing in some of the places like Minnesota are happening. That cooperation between federal and local enforcement, which we always used to have, helps remove violent offenders from our communities, that we should be a team.
Reminder for those that weren't here at the start of the 5 hour live. When local law enforcement report undocumented immigrants that have reported crimes, it causes a chilling effect. This is why sanctuary cities exist. It causes a chilling effect that makes it so that if somebody's here illegally, or hell, even if they're here legally, but the Trump administration doesn't really care about their legal status. But if people are here illegally, they don't want to report crimes because they don't want to get deported. And what that means is criminals, rapists, and child molesters, and all of the big bad wolves that conservatives always bring up in regards to immigrants, just have carte blanche to prey on the immigrant community because they know that they're not going to get reported. So, actually, more dangerous and increases crime to report people that are reporting crime for being here illegally.
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Oh, so it looks like she can answer yes or no questions. Interesting. She finally did. I guess she is capable of just answering a yes or no question. Nice.
In other words, when the local enforcement is forced by the politicians, not their fault, not to do their job and not cooperate, why does it create the situations that we see where we have need for crowd control? By the way, they're not peaceful. Those are not peaceful protesters. We know what a peaceful protester is. When you spit on law enforcement, when you push them, when you hit them, when you beat their car. If you can answer the question, thank you.
And time's expired. You may answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, I spent 4 days myself in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. What I will say about some of these sanctuary cities, some of these democratic cities, law enforcement, they quietly want to work with us. I've spoken to law enforcement in multiple cities who want to work with us. And yes.
Not super surprising there, given the statistics we have on law. Not super surprising that they want to work with ICE.
We're going to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe, whether or not these Democrat-controlled sanctuary cities do or don't.
And damn it, that's what really matters. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have a use.
Reminder, this hearing is about the Epstein files.
See?
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection, admitted. Now I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face?
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was...
Merrick Garland didn't shut down the investigation last July. Merrick Garland didn't shut down the investigation. Why would anyone ask Merrick Garland the question? You shut down the investigation in July. Same month that Elon Musk said that Trump was in the files. That was the whole reason you did it, in fact.
Attorney General and set before...
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer your question about protecting...
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from...
You can literally just say yes or no. Don't need whatever this.
All the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files...
I'm reclaiming my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. The legislation.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said...
What's going to happen, Pam? Why can't he accuse you of a crime? What's wrong? What? Did he hurt your feelings?
There's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
Epstein to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump.
Jeffrey. (1999) intake. Oh, file number. Date of birth, their telephone, all the FBI national threat operation or potential information related to Jeffrey Epstein, and Malek provided the following information. Malek reported around 1996 contact with blank date of birth blank, he had known for 7 years prior. They had a son together. Blank and blank ended up dating as blank, having money issues and problems with her daughters. Blank noted they were friends for during the contact in 19 asked spell Jillian first time as blank had taken daughters up to see supposed fathers who lived in Niagara Falls recently. Blank reported she met a lady who invited her daughters blank date of birth blank to a fancy hotel and met Donald Trump, some of his friends in 1997. Blank asking how to spell Jillian. Given her money, give her additional on Christmas of 1990. Day prior, blank was over visiting him had with blank years prior. Blank began talking to blank as she seemed to be acting strange and asked blank if he needed a ride home. Blank asked blank about his time driving a limousine for 2 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. During the driver, he had met Donald Trump. Blank noted he picked the president up in 1995 and took him to the DFW airport. Blank reported some of President Trump about during the ride while on his cell phone were very concerning. He reported he was, quote, a few seconds from pulling over on the median and within a few seconds of out of the car and hurting him due to some thing, end quote. Caller Blank noted Trump continuously stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone and made references to, quote, abusing some girl, end quote. Blank was unsure who he was talking to nor who he was referencing. Blank talked about his time meeting them. Blank immediately blank demeanor stone cold as blank stated he raped me. Blank said what? As blank replied Donald Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein. Blank noted some girl with a funny name, quote, took me into a fancy hotel or building. That's how it happened. Blank advised blank to call the police regarding the incident. I can't. They will kill me. Christmas Day, blank contacted blank stating she had in fact called the police about what they talked about. Told blank she had done good. Not hear from blank or blank until January 10th, 2000. Reached out to blank stating blank was dead and noted she was found with her head blown off in Kiefer, Oklahoma. Officers on the scene and blank stated there was no way it was suicide. Coroner stated it a self-unaliving. Blank later stated blank committed because blank had gotten narcotics from a Mexican cartel. Feels the murder is a cover for Jillian. Last contact with blank was after blank on Facebook a couple weeks prior. Blank called blank. Had put the family. Blank had a third daughter, date of birth blank. Note during blank report he mentioned number 2. Actually, John W. Nichols blank tried to originally set up blank up for the bombing in Oklahoma City. Nichols worked security for Bill and Hillary at a place where Nichols worked security at the door. Hillary walked up to blank drunk and yelling as they asked blank fired Nichols, led Nichols to set up blank for the bombing. Okay. All right. So this potential witness in 2020 reports the story from 1997 or excuse me, talks about a report from 1997 which talks about a story from 1995. Kennedy found dead in her backyard. Jeffrey Epstein's. Whoops. So I guess my question is, did the FBI interview this witness or not? It's very possible that the witness isn't credible, but if they never interviewed the witness, then
And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims. And
another thing. So they redacted the person whose head was blown off. They redacted their name, but then didn't redact it in this email.
you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
You're allowed to.
I did not ask a question.
Crime in California. He does not want to talk about.
I did not ask a question.
She's going to her burn book right now. Is literally what she's doing. She's flipping to the Ted Lieu page. Not going to actually respond to anything that he's saying. This is literally the definition of ad hominem, by the way.
Crime in his state.
I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General
Madam
respond.
Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
You have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Lieu didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about all the crime that is happening in his state. California.
I didn't even read this beforehand. She just, whatever her aides gave her, just this is what you say when Ted Lieu questions you. This is what he didn't want to talk about. All the crime happening in his state. Bro.
California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous sanctuary city policies. The refusal means California has released 4,561 criminals.
Again, this hearing is about the Epstein files. That's what the hearing is about. You'd like to hold a hearing about California and immigration, you can do that.
Criminal illegal aliens onto its street.
Reminder, criminal illegal aliens, a misnomer, because that by their definition, all illegal aliens are criminals. They're putting the word criminal there to make you think that they're dangerous. So we've seen that less than 5% of those deported have dangerous convictions.
The crimes of these aliens include 31 homicides, 661 assaults, 574 burglaries, 184 robberies, 1,489 dangerous drug offenses, 379 weapons offenses, and 234 sexual predator offenses. That's why they are deflecting. That's why they're trying to talk about the Epstein files. That's currently.
Epstein files are the topic of the hearing. The reason they want to talk about the files is because it's the topic of the hearing.
Happening in his home state.
Attorney General, thank you for being here, and I wanted to make sure you had time to respond. I'm going to change gears a little bit. In October, when you were testifying before the Senate, I know you and my friend Senator Katie Britt discussed concerns of infiltration of the illegal Chinese vapes into our country. As a father of three, obviously, I'm worried a little bit about this, and I believe that many parents in the country share our similar concerns. Can you provide an update on DOJ's work in this space over the past few months?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. We're talking about the vapes. And this should be an issue where both sides of the aisle can work together on. Parents need to understand, children need to understand that so many of these are being manufactured in China, sent to our country, and have the potential to be laced with lethal drugs. We've seen an overdose.
Okay, I'm just gonna, aside from the fact that I'm tired of hearing her voice, can't have these words said on TikTok. TikTok doesn't like those words.
It's happening in every state, and not only are they laced with THC, many of these vapes, but they could be laced with fentanyl. We have had a child, I wish I could think of the state it was in, but we have already had someone overdose. And we have to get together on this, and we have to get on the front end of this. And I would love to work across the aisle on this to protect our kids. How many school kids do you see now vaping? And it's not only, I believe a vape has 20 cigarettes, but you know, that's one vape is 20 cigarettes, I believe it is, but also what they could be laced with, because so many of them, the majority of them, are manufactured in China.
Sure, and if you need additional resources, please let us know as you're going through the process. And then I'm going to change gears one more time on you. Under the Biden administration, there was a lot of confusion created when parts of the DOJ began treating software developers like financial institutions. Even when they did not hold or control anyone's money, they were simply building the technology. That uncertainty made it harder for Americans to build, innovate here at home. Earlier this year, the Deputy Attorney General issued a memo entitled Ending Regulations by Prosecution, a clear break from the Biden administration's approach, and I think it's important that that's a good step in the right direction, but can you talk a bit about how the DOJ is now putting that memo into practice, especially when it comes to making sure that people are just writing the software and don't control the user's funds, we don't want them treated as an unlicensed money, or they're not money transmitters, so.
Yes, and we're doing everything.
Deep State got us, chat.
Gentleman yields back. As jump for Arizona for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr.
That was a cut in the video.
UC's.
Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you. Bombshell new docs show Trump called police about Epstein in 2006.
Without objection.
Kamala Harris defends Biden administration decision not to release Epstein files.
Without objection.
Why weren't they released during the Biden administration?
Without objection.
House Democrat Stacey Plaskett exchanged texts with Epstein during 2019 congressional hearing.
Without objection.
New York judge allows Epstein victims' claims against Plaskett to proceed.
Without objection.
Hakeem Jeffries solicited funding from Epstein in 2013 after financier was convicted child sex offender.
Without objection.
Jeffrey Epstein was invited to dim fundraising dinner and to get to know Hakeem Jeffries by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack.
Comer presented a 2013 email allegedly by a consultant on behalf of the Jeffries campaign, inviting Epstein to a fundraising dinner with former President Barack Obama to support Jeffries' election bid. The email reportedly urged Epstein to attend the dinner to get to know Hakeem better, according to documents Comer claimed were unearthed from the Epstein estate. The email was sent around May 2013, 5 years after the 2008 conviction. ABC News reported they could find no records of actual donations of Epstein to Jeffries or group affiliated with him. Jeffries has denied knowing about the invitation, telling reporters, "I have no idea what James Comer is talking about in terms of prior consulting." Jeffries accused Comer of lying and stated, "A serious question or a serious statement from clown James Comer that I had Jeffrey Epstein over, I accepted." Following the allegations, Jeffries and other Democrats have pushed for the full unredacted release of the Epstein files, arguing that initial document releases by the Justice Department were inadequate. It became a larger part of the debate regarding ties to Epstein, with Republicans highlighting the email and Democrats focusing on the need for full transparency. As of February 2026, Jeffries has press of all Epstein files.
Without objection.
An email from Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein concerning Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay, YouTube is saying that I'm cutting out. I don't know if it's because I'm like trying to keep my cadence low to not have my throat what I want to use here.
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
There it is. To not blow out my damn throat. But I'm trying best. I'm sorry if sorry YouTube if I'm cutting out.
Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, question mark?
Without objection.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life in the California State Legislature, I did a lot of work on solving sex crimes, passing legislation to update our codes. And I found that the biggest challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. A lot of time the victims don't think anything's gonna come out of their reporting these crimes. Then we have adults who as children were molested, boys and girls who will live in silence for the rest of their life. I believe the Epstein files are just one of many sex rings, sex crimes taking place in our society today. I hear 1,200 Epstein victims, some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there on Main Street? Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm going to ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand If you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back. Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We've got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today, AI, cyber, social media, the new realm for people to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I'd welcome the opportunity to work with you on. It's not your problem. It's not my problem. It's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business, and we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct. AI is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward though to working with you on that and all cyber crimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our office, and we want to work with them. I have never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of the
Madam,
victims'
if I can reclaim my time, I only have a minute.
Behind me.
If I can reclaim my time. I just think we start out by making sure those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the law, that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide, and if they commit the crime, they're going to fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So if any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it. If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will redact it. We were given 30 days to review and redact and unredact millions of pages of documents. Our error rate is very low, but there are
victims are
always
right behind you. We've got to convince them that we're doing a good job of protecting them.
Our error rate is very low. Can't have an error rate at all when I'm talking about redacting. Can't do that. Oh my God.
We will do everything we can.
Chair, I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement often.
Okay. We are on this, dude. It's 12:05 p.m. I gotta call it quits for the night. I'm sorry. The cold is catching up to me. This hearing is removing Trump 950,000 plus times probably took most of their time. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do. No. I was talking about like the time in the on the Capitol, right? So that we can watch it later. It is indeed. Okay. We're gonna do a raid. For those that are on TikTok, we're gonna be raiding Politics with Matt. That's his @ right there. The @ is Politics of Matt. gonna head over there for just a little bit, and then probably gonna go to bed. YouTube and Twitch, love y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Hopefully we'll finish the.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Thank you. I don't know who said that. Thank you, Cass, so much for the money gun. Hopefully we'll finish the rest of the hearing tomorrow. Hopefully, this is a cool channel. I appreciate that. And if you're here for the first time, make sure that you do whatever the free thing is. So on TikTok and Twitch, TikTok and Twitch, drop a follow, and on YouTube, drop a subscription. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna raid politics of Matt, and I hope you all have an amazing rest of your night. Make sure to stay hydrated. I know I'm lacking on hydration for right now. All right, good night, everybody.